Misha, do you think this is what it's for? Is it?
Yeah.
Fuck this. I'm gonna hang 10. Oh no, I can't. You can't. You can hang.
We finished off the round, did the quarters, and then finished off the meet. And then
We're getting ready to go.
I'm already ready to go. I ain't getting ready. I'm ready.
You gotta put your headphones on.
Whoa! Tell you what, Todd.
Yeah, let's do this.
Uh, 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 uh.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm de Souza.
Hey, kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am de Souza. Totally.
Good morning and Ohio gozaimasu live from Japan. We are here at the Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro, and it is Super Sunday. It is finals day, and we are just a few moments away from the start of our first semifinal. Today's schedule, we will kick things off at 7 a.m. with the women's semifinals, and then we will go straight into the men's finals, followed by the women's finals, then the men's finals. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts yesterday. A massive day of competition on Saturday, Pitsy. 24 heats in total, and we have a total of 6 heats left, and only a few hours from now we will crown 2 champions.
Yep, you're right, Todd. Yesterday we had an incredible day of surfing. Right through the day we ran 24 heats, unbelievable stuff, and here we are again parked up in front of Shirashita Kaigan here in Ichinomiya. We've got the finals, we've got the women going out first for the semis, and then we'll put the men out there, and then we'll crown the 2 champs, as Todd just said. Today, conditions, Todd, a little bit smaller than yesterday.
A little bit smaller, but it's going to be a great day, Pitsy. We've got semifinal number 1 set with Philippa Anderson in the red up against Hanako Kurakawa in the blue. Semifinal number 2 for the ladies QS 3000, we'll see Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle, and then we will go directly into the men's semifinals. Flavio Nakajima up against Cooper Chapman, and semifinal number 2, Oni Anwar up against Jesse Mendez. So the semifinals are set. Let's look back on yesterday's competition to see how we got to finals day here today with only 6 heats remaining.
ICHINOMIYA.
Let the light move.
Massive day of competition yesterday on Saturday here in Japan. 24 heats in total, and we are down to only 4 competitors in both divisions here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. World Surf League 6000 for the men and a World Surf League QS 3000 for the women, and we are counting down semifinal number 1, kicking off heat number 1 with Philippa Anderson in the red, Hanako Kurakawa in the blue, and as we look at that second semifinal, Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle Pitsy. I'm very impressed. I have been since the start of this event, and not surprised to see we still have a couple of Japanese women going, and we are into the semifinals.
Yeah, we do. We've got Hinako Kurakawa from Japan here in the semi-final now. I think yesterday we were discussing the heats, and you said, oh, who do you pick? And I went for the Australian girl, Philippa Anderson. But now conditions have changed. They've dropped a lot, and I think that the Japanese girl with a lighter frame has definitely got the advantage, because the waves that she catches, theoretically she should be able to get more out of because of the lighter frame, and she should be able to get more, generate more speed, whereas Philippa, being the slightly larger, more powerful girl, needing a little bit more power in the waves for her to unleash her full potential of her surfing. So it's going to be a tricky one. As the waves get smaller, there's a little bit of a luck factor, and also a lot of cat and mouse. So it's going to be very exciting this morning. 30-minute heats, the first one underway. No waves ridden yet, but look, turning, paddling, taking a look. This is Kurokawa Senshi from Japan, and no ride.
Yeah, Hanako trying to get that one there. We will have 30-minute heats for the semifinals here today on finals day, and so giving the women plenty of time to try and find the best 2 waves that come through out there. And we will have, obviously, the priority in place here at this QS 3000 for the women. Semifinal number 1 in the lineup. It seems like it was yesterday we kicked this event off, and we are already into finals day, Pitsy. A lot of people starting to make their way onto the beach this morning, local time here in Japan, 7 a.m. as we kick things off here with semifinal number 1. And we are 1 hour out from Tokyo, one of the largest cities in the world. And yesterday we had a great crowd, and I expect the same today.
Yeah, big crowd building on the beach. It's finals day. Everyone's excited. We've got the international surfing stage back here in Japan. very fantastic and refreshing to see, and all the fans are going to love it. Now, we just saw the surfer in blue paddle for that wave, but no priority penalised. Could you explain that, Todd?
Well, at the beginning of the heat, until someone actually rides a wave, then priority is established, and it will be now as we see blue getting up for the first time in this heat. So now priority will swing to red. So we have our Japanese competitor up, getting a couple off the tops here on her forehand. Smaller little right-hander here. And as you mentioned, overnight, yesterday we had winds in the afternoon from the southerly direction. Pretty clean conditions yesterday. We saw that highlights package with some fantastic surfing both on the rail and above the lip. But today we wake up, and here on finals day, Super Sunday, it's dropped a little bit, and the winds have actually swung from the north. So keep an eye on those right-handers now. If it stays about this speed, this wind, we're good. If it picks up from the north pretty hard, it's going to send those little chops up the face, which will make it difficult for these ladies to perform out here this morning. But right now it's pretty clean conditions, and this is first up blue right here,
Yeah.
Kurakawa.
First little hit for her. Now you can see the lighter frame, smaller girl, when she stands on the wave, it just makes it look that tiny little bit bigger, and allows her just to get the board moving. She looked fairly light, managed to keep her rails above the water and finish that wave off. It won't probably go into a big score, but it's still an unknown quantity on what the potential of scores are out here today, because the waves are smaller and we're not exactly sure what we're going to get. So just to start the heat off, she's getting started. She's hopes not to bring anything down to chance by trying to get a buzzer beater at the end of this. She's going to stay busy, and I think that all the competitors today, you will see they will be staying busy, because it seems that the surfers who've been busy right throughout the week are the ones left in the competition today, a 4.67.
Well, we'll see. With the addition of 5 extra minutes, giving them 30 minutes, you do have the opportunity to really be a little bit more selective than we've seen throughout this event. We kicked things off with 4 women in the water, and as we progressed through the event, we started to go to the man-on-man, which we see right now, and she is definitely staying busy as we see her already back up and riding once again. Kurakawa opening up with a 4.67. That will be her second wave there, and Philippa being a little bit more selective, and that's what I personally think, I don't know, we'll see. It's only first heat, but with 30 minutes, you definitely have a lot more time out there in the lineup. We've seen some pretty good sets come through this morning, and you might as well, if you're going to have first priority, wait for those sets. You just have to make sure you're in the correct position to take off out here at this beach break. It seems like it's still on that bank out there that we've seen the surfers riding where the sand was bulldozed prior to this event, and this is last up blue.
Yeah, another little turn off the top. One more, gets some bit of speed there, just goes for the rebound. Nothing too exciting, but every competitor prior to going out, they talk with the coaches, families and friends on what they're going to do, and it's either get priority, sit and wait for the good ones, or get busy, because the good ones are hard to find. And the bottom line is you've got to get out there and go surfing. It's a surfing competition. The more waves you catch, the more chance you've got of finding a good one and converting some good scores. So contrast of tactics, you see the seasoned pros generally getting priority and being a little bit more selective, and we've seen that for Jesse Mendez in the men right throughout this event. Incredible use of priority, and then incredible execution when those opportunities arise. So back to the women here, we've got the seasoned pro Philippa Anderson up against arguably the rookie here in blue. Now the rookie's going for wave count. She's got a 5.1, a 4.67, Todd. A pretty good way to open up this heat, and a good confidence booster for blue.
Yeah, that second wave does come through to 5.10, so she's building a little bit of strength after opening up with that 4.67. Philippa, though, as you pointed out, being a bit of a seasoned veteran, she's not even worried. She's not batting an eyelid, and she's already got a win this year on the QS and a QS 1000. She's currently 6th in the rankings right now on the World Surf League WQS ratings, and she already has a result here, but I tell you what, she wants to make it one more heat, make it into the final, and potentially stand on the podium today with that trophy overhead. But right now she's playing catch up, but she has 23 minutes on the clock, so a ton of time out here on finals day. And if you've just joined us, thank you and good morning. We are live here from Japan. You're watching the Gacha ICHINOMIYA Chiba Open powered by GoPro, and we are kicking things off here on finals day with the semifinals of the women, 30-minute heats. And coming up next, we have another Japanese competitor, and we've got 2 Australians, 2 Japanese competitors. So coming up next, Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle. And that's going to be another good matchup right there between those two ladies.
It will. And Minori Kawai, arguably the standout lady surfer in Japan at the moment. Dimity Stoyle, another seasoned pro. She's been in the big game on the tour. She's won a lot of events.
Here we go, Pitsy. She's waited a while for this wave. With priority, quick snap off the top. That wave really pulls back, but she stays with it. Snapping it back one more time, and she'll kick out. So an interesting situation there. We saw Hinako open up with a couple of waves, staying busy, and Philippa waiting almost 8 minutes to catch that first wave. And it's going to be right in that similar score line to what Kurakawa has had. So, no one's really pulling away at this point and posted a big score yet.
Yeah, not much on offer there for Philippa. So a mediocre score to come in for her. So, as I said, here we go. Little snap, not much there at all. Then the wave really backs off and just kind of fizzles under her feet. So not much on offer there for Philippa. Nice style, nice energy, but unfortunately the wave not cooperating. And as we said this morning, it's starter competition, first heat of the day. What's out there and what's available? Still a bit of an unknown quantity here. So it is a little bit of insecure times for the surfers. As you said, Philippa sat and wait 8 minutes to get her first wave, and then she opened up with a fairly average wave. So arguably Kurakawa's waves have been better, and she just got out there and grabbed whatever she could get. So contrasted tactics, take priority, sit and be patient, get busy. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the day plays out. Really interesting stuff for this Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro.
Yeah, as we thought, it's going to come through very similar to the opening scores for Kurakawa. And with 20 minutes on the clock, now blue will have first priority. So if a wave comes through, Philippa will have to give way to Hanako with that first priority. And these surfers are judged on their best two waves. Today the judging scale, same as always, 1 to 10, 1 being not so good, 10 being the best that you can be. And as I mentioned, Philippa currently 6th on the rankings on the World Surf League QS series, and here we go. She's back up and riding, floats that first section, goes vertical into that one, and so a better wave there for Philippa. And we're only about halfway through the year on the QS for the women. There's 39 comps, this being stop number 21. And last year, Pitsy, Paulina Doe finished with 12,630 points, and she was in 8th place, but due to the double qualification of Malia Manuel and Sage Erickson, she was able to get in there. The women have to finish in the top 6. We mentioned the men have to be in the top 10 on the QS. The women have to make the top 6, so it's a definite tall task for these ladies with the women's world best competing on that qualifying series. So a result here at a QS 3000 will go a long way.
Yeah, definitely, Todd. And we've heard that the 3000s is equivalent to a men's 6000. So to win here, that is a massive boost for year rankings and confidence as well. As we spoke right throughout this week, it's all about building your confidence and then getting out there and converting with your ability. We just saw Philippa Anderson take a wave, and it was probably the best wave we've seen all day. She hit the lip nicely. She got a little bit of speed happening. So now she's starting to get a little bit of confidence there. We see the surfer in blue now turning, paddling, taking a look here.
Yep, Kurakawa. She is going to get into this wave. It looks like it's going to be a quick one, though. One hit. Can she get back on the open face? It looked like she was a little bit slow getting to her feet. Now behind her, a better-looking wave flying down the line. What's Philippa going to do? Goes up, up, up over the lip on that one, up into that next section, hits it. She's flying down the line, getting multiple turns off here. So the best wave thus far here in semifinal number 1 in this QS 3000 for the women. She's going to beach this thing all the way through to the inside and kicks out. So finally, we get a wave of substance in this semifinal.
Yeah, so now we're starting to see what's available to the surfers out there. Philippa finding probably the best wave of the heat, getting a fair bit of speed, nice floater, but a lot of speed, a lot of length of ride, but not a lot done on it. Blew up and riding here, just the replay, just hits the lip, comes down, and nice surfing from the surfer in blue.
That wave comes through at a 3.00, won't go into the score line for our surfer in blue. And Philippa's wave prior was a 5.57. So stand by for her last one. To your point, Pitsy, I agree. Covering a lot of ground, but no real degree of difficulty in these maneuvers that she put up on that wave. And she's going to have to commit to these maneuvers a little bit more. But she knew that wave was going to be running, so she had to keep the momentum coming out of each one of these turns. And you really want to see these women put it on rail, but on that wave, if you put it on rail, it was going to run right on past you along that bank.
Yeah, it was a tricky wave, but I liked the big first floater. I was seeing it on the replay. It was a nice big maneuver, and then straight into a snap. So the combination of those two turns in that small space is going to get her the points. And then the end of it, that was just a little bit of a bonus, a 7.33. Great score for Philippa.
Yeah, last I've read, a 7.33. So now we start to see a little bit of separation here between our two semifinalists out in semifinal number 1. And now the Japanese competitor in the blue is looking for a 7.80. So throughout this event, we've seen a lot of similar scores, but about midway through the heats generally is when one of the competitors was able to put a score on the board of 7 or better. We've seen that already now in this heat. And with the 30-minute heats, it's about halfway through because we've got 16 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. So Anderson applying the pressure now to our Japanese competitor. It'll be interesting to see how she responds here in front of the home crowd. She does have first priority, Kurakawa. And 16 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. So no time, or no reason to stress at this point with that much time on the clock.
Yeah, I think now, with blue starting off fast, getting a couple of waves under a belt, and then we hear Philippa gets a 7.33. She's now going to have to push the patience envelope and wait for a better wave. She's in priority, and she's going to have to answer back because this is it. There's no second chances. It's finals day. Everyone's here to see the Japanese girls go all the way with this event, and it's going to come down to whether they can complete the whole package in the competition situation here. They've got to ride the waves, but they've also got to get them, and they've got to use a bit of selection, and they've got to know when to pull the trigger and when to be patient. And this is the tricky part of it. In these smaller waves, definitely there is emphasis on whoever gets the best wave wins because they're all great surfers. So we've just seen Philippa, a good example of that because we saw her on the biggest wave ridden so far, and in relative to that wave, a 7.33. So wave selection and getting those sets is definitely now switching to the emphasis of tactics on the back half of this heat.
So knowing we only have 6 heats total today, Pitsy, with the 2 semifinals and a final for the women and the same for the men, any thoughts on starting super early and just in and around the tide? What was the reasoning?
Yeah, the reasoning was to run the heats while there's still a little bit of water on the sandbank because as the tide dropped out and we saw those lower tide heats yesterday, the size of the waves actually decreased. So we're hoping that we can get the heats run while there's still water on the bank and there's still a bit of size around. But it's interesting because now that the swell has dropped and the wind's gone round to the opposite direction to the north, we heard this morning on the highest tide, it actually wasn't breaking. So now as the tide drops out, it's become our friend. So, your guess is as good as mine, Todd. And with Mother Nature, it's very unpredictable. We never know what we're going to get. And you've always got to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, well, I think you touched on it at the beginning there is that, trying to get, while we do have water on that bank, 2 champions. And 12:18 today will be our low tide. Here we go. She's waited a little bit for this wave here. Kurakawa, nice opening snap there in the pocket. Gets back up into it again. So 2 maneuvers and 1 little whitewater climb there to finish things up for Kurakawa. She's looking for a 7.80, or she's looking to better her 5.10, which is her highest score at this point, to lower what the score is. That's currently a 7.80 to move up into first. 14 minutes on the clock. First priority will now swing to red. And Japanese crowd on the beach applauding that last performance there for Kurakawa, and it's great to see how the fans have been supporting these women throughout this event.
Nice frontside snap, no downtime, straight to the next turn. This is going to be her best score of the final of this semi-final so far. Hinako Kurakawa of Japan now just rolling the dice and coming up with a 7. No, I mean not as a score, but I think the score is going to be her highest. It's going to go just a little north of that 5.10, but it will be her best wave for this heat, and a good answer back and a good confidence builder for her. I think the fans will be going, just getting that sigh of optimism happening again, and a good swing of momentum there with the Japanese girl. Now she's going to try and capitalize on this. She knows what she needs to do to get the scores. When she hears the score come through, which I think is going to be better than the last wave, there it is, a 5.83, her best ride so far. It's going to build the confidence. The fans are going to build in excitement, and hopefully they're going to be able to drive her home. And the little Japanese girl finding a nice wave there now out the back, taking a look, surfer in pink.
Yeah, keep an eye on red out there. Philippa Anderson just having a quick look at that one. And further down the line, we've got blue straight back up into it. She had second priority, gets hung on that first maneuver, though, unfortunately for Kurokawa. And that one just does not materialize. You saw her timing off a little bit on that first maneuver. And as you know, in these smaller conditions, Pitsy being a former competitor yourself, that if you are off with your timing, especially on that opening maneuver, you might as well kick out because it's going to shut you down on the entire wave. You have to be very precise in these smaller conditions. You have to choose the right equipment. And with that northerly breeze coming across the face, there's going to be some chops coming up the face. And if you mistime your first bottom turn or off the top, it's going to catch you and it's going to stop you right there. It's you got to be very smooth with all your transition through maneuvers, and that's how you're going to get those scores up into that 7.33 range like we saw Philippa get. And as you pointed out, though, a moment ago, our surfer in blue was looking to better her her high score of a 5.10 to lower what was needed to move up into first. She's done that on her last wave. It came through at a 5.83, so now our surfer in blue, the requirement is a little bit less. She requires a 7.08 to overtake that first position from Philippa Anderson and hopefully make it to the finals here on Super Sunday in this QS 3000. And as I mentioned, the crowd is definitely supporting the Japanese here, but I know around the world a lot of Philippa Anderson fans, and definitely stoked to see her currently in that first position.
Yeah, definitely all the Aussies back home will be cheering her on, and you can see a real contrast now with the power and the flow that Blue's got. Blue's looking for the flow and hoping that she'll be able to get a wave to enable her to get 3 to 4 turns, because that's what she's going to need, because Philippa, she can win this heat on 2 because she's got the power and the precision happening. She's a seasoned pro. She's a brilliant surfer. She's world ranked. And the Japanese girl, to cause an upset here, she's going to need to get a really good wave, and then she's going to have to surf to the absolute best of her ability, because we're now into the semi-final. The bar is raised very high, so she's going to have to raise the roof on her performance if she's expecting to go through to the final. But Philippa Anderson, she is very tough competitor. She's got a great score of a 7.33. She has priority, and now she's looking to convert and hit this one out of the park.
Pitsy, back in the day, you were known to raise the roof, huh?
Hey.
And Roppongi?
Yeah. Well, good on you, Todd Klein.
Wake up, Pitsy. It's finals day. Get that coffee in you, mate.
Yeah. Udon cha.
Okay.
Udon tea.
10 minutes on the clock. And Kurokawa looking for that 7.08. You can see both competitors sitting very close there. And if that next wave does come through and they're sitting in close proximity, red would have first right away and blue would have to give way. And it looks like there possibly is a wave. Let's see how this plays out here. Both blue and red having a look. Blue realizes red has first priority and she's going to use it. Philippa Anderson, nice looking wave here. Beautiful opening snap, and she catches that outside edge. I mentioned this little northerly breeze coming around the face here, and it looked like maybe she potentially was getting ahead of herself in her head, already thinking she needed to bottom turn, and she hadn't even come out of that first turn yet. So who knows what happened, but unfortunate situation there for Anderson, and now leaving the door open for Kurokawa. The priority shifts to the surfer in blue. 9 minutes on the clock. She needs a 7.08. Surprised to see Anderson go down on that one, Pitsy.
Yeah, that's incredible stuff, and I love that camera angle, so it puts us right in the water with the surfers, and we're almost right there with her. As she came off the bottom, we're expecting to whack the lip, as she's done so well right throughout this week, catching that edge, as you mentioned, and going down. Whoa, here it is. There she goes, over the handlebars. Philippa, big mistake, and now the door is open.
Did you see that next section? She wanted to really reset that inside rail and throw it right back up. It was a tight space. She was trying to get the 2-for-1 there before she even finished the one, and it was unfortunate there for her that she goes down on that opening maneuver, because that was a good-looking wave, and had she been able to reset and get that inside rail to jump back up onto the lip, that was going to be a score up in the excellent range.
Yeah, so it's action-packed, full of drama in this first semi-final. The beach is packed with the young Japanese girl Hinako Kurokawa's fans, and they would have just gone, oh, big sigh of relief when red went down. I mean, it's
Umai.
Umakunai.
Oh, makunai.
Umai is good. They would have gone, wow, umakunai.
They would have said
No
good.
They would have gone, sugoi, yatta. Yeah, anyway.
So coming up next, we've got another Japanese woman here in the red jersey coming up in semifinal number 2, Minori Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle. Dimity, former championship tour competitor, Pitsy. We've seen her in and out of the water around this competition over this past week. She seems to be obviously in good rhythm in the water, and as we always see Dimity Stoyle, good vibes on land. She's been enjoying her time here in Japan, and no doubt is excited to get out here in this QS 3000 with an opportunity to make it to the finals here. Being a former championship tour competitor, Dimity Stoyle, you know how bad she wants to get back on that championship tour. Today was the opening day at the Outer Known Fiji Pro for the women, and the women are not on today, so I'm sure a few of the ladies tuning in there at Tavarua Island and will no doubt be supporting Dimity coming up in that next heat up against Minori Kawai.
Yeah, Dimity, the little Aussie battler. Now, we saw her in that last heat yesterday afternoon, starved to waves, couldn't really unleash her surfing style out there, and it was a real bullet dodge yesterday, paddling up and riding, surfing blue.
Yeah, good little right runner here. Let's see what she can do. Nice opening snap. Momentum down the line. Jams that next section. So 2 maneuvers here for blue. Kurokawa looking for a 7.08. What do you think on that last wave, Pitsy?
Well, I like the speed and I like the maneuvers. But you notice that the maneuvers were a little bit distanced apart, and we've seen a trend with the judging here where the maneuvers, one after the other, surefire action, has been getting the scores up and riding red.
Yeah, now red's going to answer back. She gets a little snap off the top. Follow up there, another little setup turn. Inside runner. Not really seeing the maneuvers where she can really push on that tail with some power. Smaller conditions there on that wave, and trying to make the most of it. There is Dimity Stoyle coming up next, up against Minori Kawai.
Yeah, I think the last wave for blue there is probably going to be a 5-5 right in the middle, but I think it will go into a top 2. I like the maneuvers better than the other score, but just the downtime in between may have hurt her. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, even if it does better her score, Pitsy, if it doesn't better that 5.83, the situation will still be the same. Kurokawa will need a 7.08, so she either needs to better that 5.83 or she needs to obtain that 7.08 to change things here in this heat with 5.5 minutes to go. Currently, it's looking like Philippa Anderson pretty solid to make it into the finals. She will be our first finalist. Semifinal number 2 coming up. So I'd like to see Kurokawa be a little more patient, wait for a little bit bigger wave, and commit to those maneuvers, getting either the board vertical and or pushing on that tail, sending a little bit of spray up and over the lip, and score is starting to drop now. It looks like it could better that 5.83 and potentially give her the opportunity now at a lower score needed to make it into the finals.
Okay,
nice opening turn.
Yep.
And as you said, some downtime there, but she finishes it up. So the only thing really going against her there was that downtime between the 2 maneuvers. Comes through at a 6.33. So now have a look, Pitsy. A surfer in blue only needing a 6.58 now. So she is definitely capitalized on that last wave. 4.5 minutes to go. First priority sits with her. She's in a great position.
She certainly is, Todd, and I think she's pulled a feather out of Philippa's cap by now, putting her board just above the lip. And that's where the point of difference is from her earlier rides to now. Unfortunately, Philippa, she's getting some waves that seem to be pushing sideways more, not having that face standing up for her to work with, and therefore multiple cutbacks and pretty much limiting her scoring potential here. But
it'll be interesting because she did get some turns off there, but it wasn't real critical, and it comes through at a 5.47, so just short of her current score line. She currently counts on a 5.57, so she's looking to better that score if she wants to increase her lead over Kurokawa. That one comes through to 5.47. Will not go into her score line, so now she will get out the back, and hopefully in the next 3 minutes, 45 seconds, Kurokawa either does not catch a wave or she can better her wave. Philippa Anderson, as I mentioned, looking for a 5.58 if she wants to change things here.
So we've got 3 minutes left in the heat. The heat has gone by very quickly, and you know, it's still wide open. Well, not wide open. I think Philippa's got the door fairly closed because that 6.58 asked for the surfer in blue in 3 minutes from now. I think it's a fairly tall order from what we've seen so far in this heat. I think Kurokawa's pretty much surfed as good as she could out here, so she's got to be proud with her performance, but she's going to now have to catch a wave and probably surf the best she's ever surfed in her life if she is to make the final. So
well,
let's see if she can do it.
She's going to go ahead and let red go on this one, and Philippa's going to go on the backhand, Pitsy. So our first left of finals day. She gets one hit off the top, tries to stick with it. Potentially another wave out the back, and there is not. So Kurokawa will wait with 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock and hopefully cash in that first priority ticket for a score of a 6.58 so that she can overtake Philippa Anderson. That one mistake by Philippa where she fell on that set wave, that was the difference. I think the door would have been shut, but it still is a little bit open there with the opportunity for Kurokawa. Coming up next, Minori Kawai. You can see her there getting her mind right and ready to go. She knows she's got a big matchup up against Dimity Stoyle in semifinal number 2.
Yeah, it'll be a great contrast of styles too, because old Minori-chan's surfing is really smooth and seamless, whereas you got a Dimity, she's a lot more aggressive and she just rips and tears at the wave and doesn't give the wave a chance. So it'll be a great contrast of styles and an awesome heat to watch. That's coming up next. But we've just got 2 minutes on the clock. Blue with priority needing a 6.58.
And have a look there how close the ladies are sitting in proximity. And Blue looking back towards the beach, potentially looking towards a coach or maybe somebody there on the beach giving a lineup, or maybe even we've got a little bit of an elevated hill along the beach here, a bit of a dune, and possibly someone could be there scouting sets, looking out on the horizon, and it looks like she's going to go. This is it, 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock. Kurokawa on the forehand, draws off the bottom. Quick snap off the top. There's more in front of her. Hits it again, so 2 nice maneuvers here for our Japanese competitor, and a third, so Kurokawa looking for a 6.58. Pitsy.
Whoa. Let's look at surfer in blue, Philippa Anderson's second last wave, a 5.47. She's going to need a point more than that, and that was that wave where Philippa just got those multiple little cutbacks. So we just saw a little snap. She then hit the lip. Then she managed to get a little climb over the foam. It wasn't big.
Compare it to her 6.33 where she got those 2 hits and she had the downtime in between. Here you go, look. Decent open to turn there. Comes off the bottom, snaps it again. Nice turn right there. And then a whitewater. That second turn was a good turn, especially for what we've seen here today. So I think this has a very good chance of being that score of a 6.58.
Wow. I tell you what, Todd, here we go. Philippa, dying stages. Nice wave off the bottom, back up into the lip. Foam floats. And I think you'll find that Philippa will shut the door with that wave. Philippa looking to increase on a 5.57, which she will do with that wave. That will now raise the bar on the need score for blue. And I think you'll find that little last exchange there, Philippa will get the better of it and take the heat all the way to the semi-finals. So incredible last throw of the dice from both surfers. Philippa coming in there. She looks pretty calm, pretty confident by the look of things, but by no way a dominant performance there. And if she wants to win this final, she's really going to have to pick things up. But don't get me wrong here. Scores to come in, Todd. It's anyone's heat at this stage.
Well, we had a last-minute exchange. Scores starting to drop, looking good for Anderson and Kurokawa. Who's going to make it to the finals? Stay with us. We'll find out next.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm de Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana de Souza.
I am de Souza. Totally.
Welcome back to the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. It's finals day. Semifinal number 1 is in the books, and we saw a last Minute wave dropped there by Hanako. She was looking for a solid score. Pitsy scores in for last of blue, a 6.9. Last of red falls short. A big upset right there. Our Japanese competitor, our first finalist, Hanako Kurokawa, in first. Second place, Philippa Anderson. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, wow, huge upset right out of the gate.
Unbelievable stuff. Kurokawa-san through to the final. I've had egg on my face before, and I've got it on it again because I thought that Philippa's last wave was going to be enough to flip it back around and go up. It wasn't enough. Kurokawa's last wave, the best score, and she surfed out of her skin, and we said how she's going to have to probably surf the best she's ever surfed in her life. She did. She gets the score. She is now in a qualifying series 3000 final in her hometown. Unbelievable stuff for the Japanese girl. This is incredible, and the drama continues to unfold here. And once again, we're now into semi-final number 2. Dimity Stoyle, the little Aussie battler, up against Kawaii-chan, the local girl. So, wow, imagine if it was 2 Japanese girls in the final of a 3000 international qualifying series event. That would be unbelievable stuff. But Dimity Stoyle, wow, what a competitor, and it will not be easy for the Japanese girl, let me tell you. But once again, Philippa, an incredible top-ranked world surfer, and Hinako-chan managing to take that one out. Wow.
Yeah, the difference in that last heat, Pits, as we reflect back on it, Philippa fell on the best wave that came through in that heat. She had first priority. She got a nice off the top, and when she went to re-engage that rail to drive back up into the lip, she fell. And if I look back on that, I think that was the difference right there. A huge shout out to Hanako for stepping up on that last wave to get the score that she needed. And now we shift gears. We look at semifinal number 2. No doubt Minori Kawai in the red from Japan has just taken note of what her fellow friend has done from Japan, upsetting a top-ranked surfer from Australia, and now she finds herself in the same position here. Kawai up against Dimity Stoyle, and out of the gates we'll have no priority here. 30-minute heat once again, and you can see surfer from that last heat, all smiles. She's into the finals now, and she is going to wait and see who is going to come out of semifinal number 2 out in the water. And as you mentioned, Pitsy, it could be her good friend Minori Kawai, and we could have an all-Japanese final. And I tell you what, though, Dimity Stoyle, she's got different plans.
She certainly has, and she's just heading north of our competition area here, because as the tide starts to drop out, you'll see those right-handers starting to rear their head there.
Look
Dimity.
how fast she's paddling. Look at this little right-hander. Let's see what she can do. Nice looking wave here, a lot of speed. Vertical hit and goes down. So an interesting start to this heat here. You know, maybe she potentially took note too and said, hey, wait a minute. I wasn't really taking these girls serious from Japan. I know they rip, but you know what? I got this. And then she saw Philippa just get upset in that last heat. Could play mind games with her.
You're right. I mean, and as we've mentioned, the mind games is the make or break of these smaller wave conditions.
Well, we already had a big start to the day here on Finals Day. Hanako Kurokawa taking out Philippa Anderson, and we will now hear from Hanako.
Good morning to you. This is your host Naoko from the interview pit. And standing next to me, the winner of semifinal 1, Hinako Kurokawa. Kurokawa 選手、おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
また日本中のみんなが無呼吸になるような試合を見せてくださいましたが、とはいえどもちゃんとしっかり波を選んで緊張に負けずどんどんと板を前に出していたと思います。
そうですね、思ったより波が朝一よりちょっと波が引いてきて少しパワーがなくなってきてて、で波を選ぶのが少し難しかったんですけども、スコアを上げていけたので良かったかなと思います。
自分が乗ると相手も乗って、そして相手が乗ると自分も乗らなきゃというそのプライオリティも使いながらの試合の進め方だったと思うんですけれども、いかがでしたか？
プライオリティはすぐに自分の元に回ってきたので、いいリズムで波はつかめたかなと思います。
そして最後の最後、2発目のターンは躊躇することなくボードを逆方向にしてターンをしっかりと決めて高得点 6.90 を出して1位になりましたね。
そうですね、少しちょっと出ないかなと思ったし、最後にレッドの選手が乗ってたので、また逆転しても逆転し返されたかなと思ってたんですけども、 ちょっと自分でもびっくりです。
いやでも最後のポイントであそこをできるターンをチャージできるというのはすごい精神力だと思ったんですけども、もう行くしかないと思っていましたか？
そうですね、相手が相手なだけに攻めるしかないという気持ちだったので、もし決めてなくても攻めてこけたなら悔いはないかなと思いました。
さあ続いては決勝です。どういった意気込みを持ってますか？
正直、自分自身まだ信じられないんですけども、ヒートを楽しんで、自分のベストを尽くします。
応援しています。So you want to say hi to your fans?
Yeah, hi. I'm still can't believe that I made it in final, and but I'm super happy. So yeah, I do my best. Then see you soon.
Congratulations to the winner of semifinal 1, Hinako Kurokawa, and good luck. All right, back to you.
Awesome, and great interview there. Stoked to see her at the end saying a little shout out to the fans in English. Hanako Kurokawa into the finals. Philippa Anderson, good result for her here, finishing up in the semifinals, and a semifinal result here. She takes home an equal third place, 1,680 points, and $2,000 for her efforts. So congratulations to Philippa. Best of luck the rest of the year here in 2017 towards next year's qualification on the championship tour. And while we were in that interview, we saw Dimity Stoyle get her second wave. Her opening wave was not much. It was a 1.07, but the second wave is going to be much better, Pitsy.
Yeah, you saw Dimity start to reel off the turns, and she's taken that let's get going approach. And it's interesting because we just heard in that last interview how Kurokawa-sen, she said that, let's see the replay here. Here she goes. Little cut back into the foam. Just pumps down the line, another little cut back, keeps the speed up, keeps the board moving, a little foam float, a mediocre score coming into that one because those little cutbacks is not going to score as high as that above the lip maneuvers that we've seen in that first heat. So Dimity just getting started, keeping warm, staving off the nerves, because that's what the surfer in blue in that first heat said through that interview, that she got out there, she just got started because she wanted to keep the nerves at bay. And then once she paddled back out the back and fell into the priority rhythm, she didn't get a chance to even use priority because the waves kept coming, and it was a luck thing to keep the confidence at bay and enabling her just to concentrate on the surfing, and the waves kept her occupied and she was able to come up the wind. Let's get back to that Dimity Stoyle, a 6.50 up and riding again.
Yeah, she just dropped a 6.5. I'm really impressed with how this board's looking out here today. It's obviously been her go-to board throughout this event, but I noticed today on these smaller conditions, as it's dropped a little bit overnight, it really has a lot of speed out of these small pockets where some of these girls so far I haven't seen them get that. As soon as Dimity's getting to her feet, it looks like she's generating speed quickly, and that 6.5 sets her up nicely. This will be her second best score, comes through to 3.33. So now we look at Minori. In the red jersey, she requires a 9.83 at the moment, 21 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, and the Japanese competitor has first priority out there. She would have heard those scores coming through. Being that Dimity, a former championship tour competitor, we know that she's going to come out and really try and apply the pressure to the Japanese competitor. How do you think the Japanese competitor will respond in a situation like this, Pitsy?
Okay, so with Kohei-chan, she's a more experienced competitor, a little bit older than the other girls, and it looks like she's taken that more mature approach, I guess you could say, by getting priority and sitting and being patient and just waiting for those sets. But I just don't know if that is the tactic that will win heats today, because these conditions, they're so unpredictable, and you've just got to go surfing. That's the bottom line. If you don't ride waves, you don't get scores, and in these little waves here, it's very tricky, and I just don't think that the timing of sets coming in is predictable enough to be able to just get that priority and park up. So anyway, let's wait and see what happens.
Alrighty, well, reflecting back, on this event, the QS 3000 here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Dimity's been one of the standouts throughout this event, as well as Minori, and Dimity Stoyle had an 8.67 in one of her earlier rounds as the single highest wave score. That was the second highest single wave score of the event. Macy Callahan had a 9.17, And looking at the best two-wave totals, Minori Kawai a 15.03, and Dimity Stoyle also had a 13.90. So these two ladies having top 10 performances throughout this event. They find themselves in the final four in the semifinals. We've already got one finalist waiting to find out who is going to join her. Hanako Kurakawa upsetting Philippa Anderson in that last heat, and now Dimity Stoyle comes out of the gates currently in first place with that 6.5 and that 3.33. Kawai in the red, really being patient here. She's waited over 10 minutes and still has yet to catch a wave.
Yeah, so as this tide drops out, you never know. We may find the sets becoming less consistent, but when they do come, maybe the girls get caught out of position because less water on the bank and the wave breaks further out. You find that sometimes when you're free surfing, if there's a bit of downtime between sets and all of a sudden a set shows up, you're out of position because the tide's dropped and now it's breaking a little bit further out on that shallower sand. Now we can see a bit of a wave moving towards the line up here. Red, not interested in that. Dimity, looking hungry. Toing and froing the line up here. Just keeping moving, keeping warm, keeping positive, keeping her mind on the job to keep the nerves at bay because, you know, when the waves are small, you just sit there going, please, 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 God, send me a wave. And if there's waves coming, you're not sitting there hoping for one to come, right? So, yeah, tough stuff. Steely nerves required. Surfer in red, as Todd mentioned, it's almost now down to 12 minutes of just sitting there with priority. So plenty of time, but it is a mind game. So let's see how she handles it.
Well, she seems to be making a little bit of a movement. She now sees our surfer in blue, Dimity, breaking to the north. Dimity, without priority, trying to get over onto this wave here. She's a little bit too deep, so she cannot take off. And just a reminder, it is finals day here. We are in semifinal number 2 for the women. Coming up next, the men's semifinals, and here we go after waiting for over 12 minutes. Minori, beautiful opening turn, oncoming section, banks it, rib going up the face, mistimes it, goes down, so a bad mistake there for our surfer in red. A great start to that wave, unable to finish strong though.
Yeah, Todd, I mean, that first turn was fantastic, and reading the conditions and just surfing the wave for what it is. I mean, of course, she was lured by the potential of getting a second turn and a great score in, but unfortunately, the wave had the rib in it. She couldn't get down over the top of it, and she's only going to get a 1 maneuver score here. I still think it was a fantastic maneuver, and the score will probably be better than Dimity's 3.33. So now she's looking for a backup for that and possibly to get right back in this heat.
Agreed. Stand by for last of red, her opening score, and now she will have second priority, so maybe she will employ what we saw Dimity Stoyle doing while she was trying to scour the lineup without that priority and just find a wave. It paid off for Dimity at the beginning of this heat, getting that 6.5, and now potentially Minori will be in a great situation to do the same. Scores dropping, as Matthew Pitts stated. That opening maneuver was strong enough to put something on the board that will be a decent score. Had she finished up that following maneuver, though, we were going to see the best score of the heat, no doubt. And here we go. She's having a look. First wave comes through to 5.0. She's back up and riding again, needing a 4.84. Quick jam off the top. That wave shuts down. She'll kick out. But with that fall, still gets that 5.00, so a good start for our Japanese competitor.
It was, and you notice, Todd, with that camera angle down at, at the water's level there, we can see how her board is just getting up over the lip. And that was the real point of difference in that first heat. We saw the young Japanese start to apply that maneuver in the second half of the heat, and then the scores started to be relative of that turn. So today I think the emphasis is going to be the height of the nose of your board above the top of the wave. It's going to be above the wave surfing. Because of these tricky small conditions, that proves to be the most difficult, and the judges are rewarding it the most. The cutbacks, of course, it's necessary to stay with the wave, but I don't think the scores are going to come from that type of surfing.
Scores in for last of red. It's a 2.93. Will not change things. Minori Kawai in the red still sits in second, looking for a 4.84. And as I mentioned, this is semifinal number 2 here in the QS 3000. Coming up next, the following heat will be our first semifinal for the men in the QS 6000. Flavio Nakajima up against Cooper Chapman, followed by semifinal number 2. We will see Oni Anwar and Jesse Mendez. So some great matchups coming up in the semifinals for the men. Going to go on the left here. Kawai draws off the bottom, quick snap. Let's see if this wave will set up across the inside section. It does not, so that will not change things either. Still looking for that 484.
Yeah, but hats off to her for keeping her options open, because we saw yesterday occasionally a left would pop up, a surfer would grab it and seize that opportunity, and occasionally we saw some heat-winning rides on the left-handers. So, good tactics and good optimism for the surfer in red to keep that option open and to stay hungry and just, be prepared to take whatever chance comes.
So, Pitsy, as we look at the semifinals for the ladies, all regular footers, but when we shift gears into the men's semifinals, we've got a goofy footer in Flavio Nakajima up against regular footer Cooper Chapman, and then Oni Anwar being a regular footer up against goofy footer Jesse Mendez. We know last year's event, both in the men and the women, were won by goofy footers. And this year, we will have new champions because we lost last year's defending champions in both divisions. And who do you think is going to have the upper hand based on the conditions we're seeing here today on finals day?
Wow, the upper hand, nobody, because the waves are so tricky. It's going to come down to wave choice. Yesterday I went against Flavio. Today I'll go with him because his wave choice seems to be impeccable.
So, based on what I've seen from these surfers, I obviously know Jesse Mendez and Flavio Nakajima can really turn tight in the pocket on their backhand. But with this wind, it's similar to what we saw for the majority of the event coming from the south. And we saw the goofy footers utilizing that wind to take to the air. Keep an eye on Cooper Chapman and Oni Anwar to go above the lip in the semifinals.
Wow, I tell you what, Todd, I would love to see them go above the lip in the semifinals. But whether they are going to get an opportunity remains to be seen, because these waves are tricky. They are pretty small. But I guess when we're looking at the best surfers in the world, it's definitely an option there. And as Todd mentioned, geez, he's expecting them to go above the lip. And let's hope that happens.
I think we'll see it. It's just a matter of getting that initial speed out of the gates, because they're no doubt watching these semifinals by the ladies. They know there's not going to be a lot of opportunity to really get up into the lip and push it. So if you can't really push on the lip, might as well just fly over it. And so I think with that win, we could easily see Cooper Chapman or Oni Anwar go to their forehand airs. A little bit more difficult on the backhand, but never say never. These guys, both Flavio and Jesse, can go to the air as well on their backhand. That'll be coming up in 12 minutes 56 seconds. We will kick off semifinal number 1 with the men. Those surfers are all checked in, and we will run the 2 heats of the semifinals for the men, and then we will go directly into the finals for the women, and then the finals for the men. We will crown 2 champions here in 2017 at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro.
So we've had a little bit of downtime as far as Dimity Stoyles surfing goes in this heat. She's got priority. She's now getting selected. She's got a 6.5, and she can feel Kawai snapping at her heels in this heat. She realizes that it's game on. Things just got serious, and now she's going to have to back up that 6.5 with another decent score, because that 3.3 is her Achilles heel in this heat right now. So Dimity Stoyles sitting there with priority, paddling up and riding red.
Yeah, great looking little right here. She gets up into the lip once and then hits it again. So 2 maneuvers, looking for a 484, Pitsy. Looking pretty good on that one.
It's going to go very close. We compare it to that 5 where she got that nice bottom turn, crack off the lip, 1 maneuver score. She got 2 turns. I thought maybe just there was a little bit scrappy in the lip. It's going to be a tricky one. To get a 4.84, I don't know. I'm going to say a hair under, but let's see what happens. I've been wrong before.
We'll see. And it looks like a little bit of movement out the back. Dimity Stoyles with priority has a look at that first one. She's hoping there's a second as she goes up and over the first. And that one looks like it's going to be a little bit too far north on the bank, so she's not going to be able to get that one. She'll wait to hear the beach commentator announce the results of that last wave from Minoru Kawai. Standing by for that 2 maneuver wave. Looking for a 4.84, a very obtainable score there. Small 2 maneuvers there, and I think there's a very good chance she could get that score. And the difference will be then Dimity Stoyles looking for a small score of her own, because Dimity's got a 6.5 in her score line, but it'll be very close if Minoru can get it on that last wave. So stand by for last of red. 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. First priority still sits with our surfer in blue, so Minoru was able to get that wave underneath the priority of Dimity. And this is going to be a very pivotal moment, potentially in this heat, As we stand by for that last score, looking for a 4.84, Pitsy. It's going to be right there on the line of that score needed.
Wow, scores coming in, and it is going to be borderline here. As you said, a pivotal point.
Oh my goodness. She needed a 4.84, Pitsy. She gets a 4.83. That is like...
Is that a hair under?
I don't even know what the good analogy is. That's like having saran wrap over your iced tea and you're trying to drink it and you're that close. You can almost taste it, but you just can't get it. She gets a 4.83, and she needed a 4.84. Wow.
Well, as you said, pivotal point. Now look at Dimity. She's fired up here. Off she goes.
Up into the lip. And that's going to be all she wrote. So she was looking to better her. Low score of a 3.33. Does that one maneuver do that?
No. No. I mean, the girls are going to have to get nice rides with, good waves with substantial scores here. There's no gimmies anymore at this end of the competition. Semi-finals, we saw the girls in that first heat. It was won by the Japanese girl who pretty much made a no-mistake performance. She caught the waves and surfed it to her ability. She didn't try too much. She didn't get ahead of herself. She did what she knew that was potentially within her surfing criteria, and she executed her game. And unfortunately for the surfer in red, Philippa, she got ahead of herself, caught a rail, fell, made a mistake, and that was the turning point. So now, in this heat right now, I think Dimity's getting a little bit excited. We've had a great wave from Dimity. The highest score of the wave of the heat so far is 6.5. Now Dimity's just got to calm down, get a wave, and just pace herself and do what she does best, Dimity style surfing.
Matthew Pitts, as we look at that last wave for Minori Kawai, she needed a 4.84. It comes through at a 4.83. You being a former competitor, can that spin you out? Can you actually get angry? Can you apply that to your surfing? What starts to go between the ears as far as the mindset when you hear something like that coming that close but not quite getting it?
Yeah, it can definitely knock the wind out of your sails because, as you said, just so close. She could be sitting there right now with the heat lead, 8 minutes left in the heat, and priority. Now imagine the vibe and the feel and the confidence she would have had by flipping that around. But now she's going, okay, back to the drawing board. I've got to go to another wave. But I think with 8 minutes is the key. 8 minutes left that's her confidence to rely on. She goes, easy stuff, because I do have priority. So that is the complementary part of this situation right now, the priority.
So 4.83 for last of red. Still looking for that score of a 4.84. Good news is for our Japanese competitor, she does have first priority. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Dimity Stoyle looking to better her low score of a 3.33 and apply a little bit more pressure to the Japanese competitor in second. Dimity on that last wave was able to get one move off, but that wave shut down thereafter. So she has paddled back out the back. 7 minutes on the clock. Coming up next, semifinal number 1 for the men. They've all checked in. They're starting to make their way down the beach.
You know, the most tricky part of the mindset in this heat for Dimity Stoyle is that she was paddled out the favourite. You know, she is a well-known surfer anywhere in the world. She's a former championship tour competitor, and she would have paddled out going, I should win this heat.
She's from the Sunshine Coast, yeah?
Yeah. So for Dimity to be sitting out there, and she's got a tough gig on it right now. I mean, it's a very tough heat, and it's no walkthrough. And this is the bit that she'll be sitting there just going, give me that wave because I should win this heat, and if you give me the chance, I will. But with these smaller, inconsistent conditions, she's not necessarily going to find that wave. And that's the bit that really eats away at the mindset and the confidence, and then that's where the mistakes come.
Well, we saw Cooper Chapman there getting loosened up, getting ready for that semifinals. I just saw Flavio Nakajima run by in the red jersey. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to the start of that semifinal number 1 for the QS 6000. As you mentioned, Matthew Pitts, former championship tour competitor, Dimity Stoyle holds the lead in this one, and now up and riding up into the lip goes Minori Kawai, snapping it back again. So 2 maneuvers, and she will kick out. So not needing much, 4.84, comparing it to the wave she just got a moment ago of a 4.83. Where are we at?
I'm going to say it should go better. It should go better than the last wave.
Well, we'll stand by for those scores with 5 minutes 20 seconds on the clock. Dimity Stoyle comes into this event currently 24th on the QS ranks. She's had a couple good results, but they were smaller ranked events, QS 1000s. She got a third at the Flight Center Burley Pro and a third at the Community Project Central Coast Pro. Last of Red, a 4.40, does not go into her score line, so still looking for that 4.84. And time on the clock, 4 minutes 50 seconds to go. Priority with the surfer in blue, Dimity Stoyle, and the lead at the moment. Dimity looking to better that 3.33, so looking back on that last wave coming through to 4.40. Did she leave any opportunities on the table, last of Red?
No, I don't think she did. I don't think there were any opportunities there. I think she surfed that wave for as good as what was there on offer to her. And unfortunately, finding that wave that will allow you to deliver those turns is proving to be a lot harder than previously expected prior to them paddling out. It looks like it's actually getting a little bit tougher there as this tide drains out.
Yeah, I don't know who's probably more stressed out there in the lineup right now, because even though Dimity Stoyle is in the lead, she knows her competitor, surfer in red, only requires a 4.84, and she knows she has to back that 6.5 up that she has Dimity Stoyle. Time on the clock, 3 minutes 50 seconds to go, so I'm sure both these ladies right now pretty stressed out as this semifinal number 2 begins to wind down with just under 4 minutes to go, and we'll see, can our Japanese competitor get the score that she needs to make it into the finals here at this QS 3000. She knows that one of her friends from Japan has already made it to the finals. We saw Hanako Kurakawa take out semifinal number 1 over Philippa Anderson, and now our Japanese competitor in the lineup currently in second place, but not needing much, Pitsy. Only that 4.84, possibly a little something out there on the horizon. Dimity Stoyle starting to make a bit of a break towards the north. That left side of your screen there is the north, right side being the south. Directly straight out is the east, and every morning out there in the east at 4:30 a.m. that sun rises, and I haven't been anywhere in the world that the sun has rose that early, Pitsy.
Well, you being a fisherman, Todd Klein, I would say you'd know a lot about that stuff. I'm usually sleeping when that sun's rising in a lot of places around the world, but I'm with you, mate. I've been up early, and look at this. I think red is luring Dimity south. And I saw earlier in the heat, though, as the tides dropped out, the peak has slowly moved slightly north of the area. And we saw Dimity get caught behind on that one wave that did have a bit of opportunity on it. And now she's luring back down to the right. I'm not too sure what'll go down here, but I think Dimity's got to play her own game here.
Well, she's going to let red go on this one. Quick snap off the top here for Kauai. Not the wave that's going to give her the score of a 4.84, so she'll kick out. Now have a look, blue. Sees that red was already out of that wave. She knew it wasn't going to have the scoring potential, so she gave her that wave. But now she says, hey, you know what? There's 2 minutes, 15 seconds left. I love Japan. I love you, but I can't let you catch a wave.
Wow, look at this. And Dimity's only got to improve on a 3.33. Yesterday, she got star for waves. It was pretty much a one-wave win for her. Now here's red up and riding. Look at this
good little runner here. Jams it off the top. If she can get up there one more time, let's see what happens here, Pitsy. Oh, my
God, that will be the score. Now look at Dimity. She only needs a 3-3.
You saw that right there. So stand by for last of red. This is what potential dreams are made of. We could see an all-Japanese final. Stand by for scores for last of red. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Dimity Stoyle had priority and gave this wave right here to Minori.
Look at that. Hits the lip. Little bounce. And one more little closeout turn. I think it's just going to be enough. The strength of that first turn, because it was clean off the bottom, clean above the lip. And that's what's been getting the scores. A 4.84. I think she's going to come in a 5-something.
Have a look, though.
Dimity out the back.
Oh.
Now, if red can get out and get priority, she can shut the door. Now, Dimity just needs a 3-3. And that's what I was mentioning. She's just got to concentrate on that 3-3 and improving it and shutting the door by not that way rather than trying to get priority and starving the other competitor. Because, wow, these tiny little waves, these Japanese girls with the smaller frames are so dangerous. And here it comes. Dimity Stoyle is in big trouble.
Wow.
Big trouble.
40 seconds to go. Scores dropping for last of red. It is definitely going to change things here in this semifinal. 30 seconds on the clock, and there it is. It's a 5.83. Midori Kawai goes to first place. Dimity Stoyle showing that frustration. She drops to second place, and the beach is electric. We could potentially have an all-Japanese final here at this QS 3000. 20 seconds on the clock. Dimity Stoyle with priority. Pitsy, wow.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. So we've seen the seasoned competitors make uncharacteristic mistakes here. Philippa going over the handlebars in the first heat. Dimity getting stuck with priority and not concentrating on a backup score in the second. She did it in the heat prior. She's done it in the semi. Big learning curve, and look at her kicking that water.
And the crowd going nuts right
Wow.
now. So congratulations to our Japanese competitors here in the semifinals of this QS 3000. The finals are set. Hanako Kurakawa up against Minori Kawai. It's an all-Japanese final. Stay with us. Semifinals of the men's up next. Alrighty, welcome back, and the finals are set. Pitsy, wow, what a performance there for our last surfer out there. And well, we've got two finalists now, Japanese competitors, Hanako Kurakawa up against Minori Kawai. Now we shift gears from the women, the QS 3000, into the men's QS 6000, starting out here with our semifinal number one, Flavio Nakajima in the red up against Cooper Chapman in the blue. But you can't help to reflect back on that last semifinal. Came down to the end. Unfortunately, Dimity leaving the door open, and our Japanese competitor capitalizing.
There, Todd. Incredible clutch surfing from the Japanese girl. Minori-chan. She's a little bit older than the other competitors as far as the Japanese girls go, but she is an incredibly experienced and polished performer, and we saw that clean bottom turn above the lip surfing that she's done right throughout this event, and she manages to convert. She gets the opportunity. I mean, imagine the nerves of her paddling going, whoa, my last roll of the dice, my last chance to make a final. Converts it, and then out the back, Dimity Stoyle sitting there, slapping the water, showing her frustration. Incredible stuff. Fantastic drama here taking place at Shida Kaigan here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, but now in the water. It's back to the men. It's serious stuff, and it's game on between Cooper Chapman and Flavio Nakajima.
Well, outside I can see Minori making her way down the beach, and she is all smiles and a lot of respect from the Japanese fans down here. And you can see the media starting to gather over by the interview area. And congratulations to her. What a story here for the Japanese women. Hanako Kurakawa in the red up against Minori Kawai. That will be our final coming up following the men's semifinals. Right now, semifinal number one out in the lineup. Flavio Nakajima, Cooper Chapman. 30-minute final, semifinal, just like we saw for the women. So a ton of time for these guys to get out there and perform. Keep an eye on Nakajima. He's our goofy footer. He'll have his back to these right-handers. And we will see Cooper Chapman on the forehand. So we had a great performance from Minori Kawai, and she is standing by from semifinal number 2.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of semifinal 2, Minori Kawai. Minori-chan, おめでとうございます。ありがとうございます。いやもう本当に何と言っていいかわからないんですけれども、最高の試合を見せてくれました。サーフィンの面白さをみんなに伝えられたと思うんですけれども、やってる本人としてはすごい大変でしたよね。
はい、そうですね。もうやっぱり 30分っていう長い時間を与えてもらったので、やっぱり、最初待ってもっといいセットつかもうかなと思ってたら、なんかあれ思ったより来ないなと思ってちょっと焦りが出ちゃったんですけど、よかったです。
確かにその焦りは私が見ていたスクリーン上からも伝わってきたんですが、アンダープライオリティでもしっかりと決めてみました。 4.83。 そして自分にプライオリティが回ってきた時かなりのプレッシャーがあったかと思うんですけれども、いかがでしたか？
もう自分にプライオリティが回った時に来たって思ったんですよ、セットが。そしたらなんか全部引っかかっちゃって、最悪やっちゃったと思って、もちろんディミティさんがプライオリティ持つって分かってたんで、もう絶対マークするだろうなと思って結構端の方で待ってました。
その時の自分のメンタルの強さを自分でコントロールしたかと思うんですけども、どのように落ち着きを取り戻したんですか？
やっぱりもう残り2分半とか切ってて、もうなんか波来ないんだろうなと思って結構焦ってたんですけど、やっぱりみんなが応援してくれてるっていうのもありますし、コーチの伊月さんを信じてもうやることをやろうと思って最後の波乗ったらよかったんでよかったです。
確かにその時はディミティ選手が後ろからものすごいスピードで追いかけてきて、その時に波の神様が波をプレゼントしてくれたというような状況で、5.83 を出したんですよね。
はい、そうです。もう良かったです、波に出会えて。
さあ続いては決勝ラウンドです。私たち日本人としては大変複雑な2人が登場して、もうドローでこっちに2人とも戻ってこれないかなと思っちゃうんですが、そこはきちっと選手として決めていきたいところだと思うんですけれども、意気込みを聞かせてください。
はい、こんな大きな試合、もうグレーの高い試合で、まず日本人の選手がこんな2人でファイナルっていうことがすごい初めて夢のようで、もうすごい楽しんで自分のサーフィンをできるようにするので、優勝を目指して頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Big congratulations to the Japanese girl Minori Kawai and good luck with your finals.
Thank you.
Back to you.
頑張ってね。
頑張ってよ。
And Pitsy, as we look back on that heat, one thing that comes to mind for me as Minori was able to pick up that score in the last, I think it was 2 minutes. Dimity Stoyle had first priority, and she was pretty close in proximity, yet didn't think that wave had the scoring potential. Let her go on it.
Yes.
How much as a competitor looking back and reflecting on it, is that going to eat her up as she goes on for her campaign here in 2017?
Well, I think that where she took her eye off the ball was where she actually started to worry about the blocking rather than improving on the 3-3. I think that she should have just concentrated on the 3-3 because there were a couple of waves that came through in that last minute and a half of that heat, and she should have been on one of them. Because
she actually got caught by one of them. It broke out past her.
Yes, and I think Dimity Stoyle's positioning in the lineup in that heat was a little off, and maybe she didn't read the conditions as well as what she could have. But I think in that last 1.5 minutes, she should have been concentrating on improving on her own game rather than going for the defensive and going for the block maneuver, because Dimity's surfing was clearly the best surfing we've seen in this event, but she didn't find the canvas.
Here we go. Flavio Nakajima, a couple real nice turns to open up on the backhand. A third there. A great start here for our Brazilian. We saw Cooper Chapman draw first blood. He took off on the first wave after waiting 7 minutes. There's a little right-hander on his forehand. He was unable to get any maneuvers. Comes through at a 0.77. Meanwhile, a couple waves after that, Flavio Nakajima gets up on his backhand and gets his campaign started with a good wave.
Yeah, Nakajima, as we've seen right throughout this event, he seems to find waves that we previously think aren't even out there. And then all of a sudden he finds one, surefire action on his backside, and he's going to boost a good score to start his campaign here in semi-final number 1. He's a real danger man. So Cooper Chapman with just a 0.77. He's going to need to answer back because Nakajima is on the board and he's on point with his surfing. We saw 2 mistakes clearly made in the first 2 women's semi-finals, which left the door open for the eventual winners of those heats being the 2 Japanese girls. So now we cross to the men's. It's going to be steely nerve stuff, and will it come down to a mistake, or will it just come to a flat-out dogfight and the best surfer wins?
Well, yesterday we saw a flat-out dogfight in quarterfinal number 1 with Flavio Nakajima and Griffin Colapinto. Nakajima won that heat with a 14.94, a pair of sevens, and it looks like he's going to start out with probably a score right in the sevens and maybe even a low 8 right here in semifinal number 1. He's been on fire on that backhand attack, and we'll see if he can carry that momentum. We saw Cooper Chapman take out Koa Smith in quarterfinal number 2. His two-wave total was 15.67. He had an 8.67 and a 7.00. So reflecting back on yesterday's quarterfinals, Cooper Chapman actually having the better two-wave total of those quarterfinals. But we'll see here, different conditions here today, and drawing first blood is going to be Flavio Nakajima with a 7.67. So a great start here for our Brazilian competitor. Now Cooper Chapman sits out the back with first priority, 20 minutes on the clock, and he requires a 6.91. But he's going to need more than that because his first wave was only a 0.77. So definitely the upper hand at the moment going to Nakajima.
So here's Red paddling, kicking, taking another look. Now, you mentioned earlier this morning that Cooper Chapman's going to need to go to the air, or the air game will be what will win heats if they can do that. But, you know, I doubt whether they're going to get waves that'll offer the opportunity to go to the air. And then you look at Nakajima. His game is off the bottom, off the top, and it's a lot more doable approach to the heats in these smaller waves. If he's concentrating only on coming off the bottom and hitting the lip hard, I think he can deliver without any problem whatsoever. But if Chapman is required to go to the air to win this heat, that's a tall order, and it's going to be tricky.
Well, we'll stand by to see how this plays out. First priority sits with that surfer in blue, slowly making his way back over towards his competitor that holds down that first place position after opening up with a 7.67. A great start here for Nakajima on the backhand. Coming up next, Onia Anwar in the red up against Jesse Mendez. We've seen the performance for our current number 1 on the world, on the QS rankings for the World Surf League is Jesse Mendez, and a huge opportunity to get 6,000 points here at this QS 6,000. He's already into the semifinals, so another great result for Mendez, and he's going to have his work cut out up against Oni Anwar. We heard a post-heat interview yesterday. For the majority of this event, Oni Anwar was leaning on that forehand air, and he said about, I think it was in the quarterfinals or maybe round 5, he said, you know what, I like how the judges have been scoring me for my rail surfing. I don't have to go to the air now, and we'll see though. Will he go to that air with this wind? That's the difference. The winds have changed since those earlier rounds where we had the southerly breeze, so keep an eye on that with that northerly breeze coming into those right-handers. Oni Anwar, he's got those forehand air reverses on lock. I know you make a point here, Pitsy, that it's going to be challenging to go to the air, but this kid can generate speed on the smallest of sections, and all he needs is a little bit of speed. He's got some serious pop in his surfing.
Yeah, I realize that, Todd, but I think that today's heats are going to be won on a slightly more conservative approach. I don't think the opportunities are there, and I think the surfers are going to just have to bloody hold their horses a little bit on these waves to make sure they nail every single wave with no mistakes. Taking the risk, I think, is going to be the one that kills it today. I don't think the risks, again, I think the risks are too risky.
Okay, well, we'll see if the non-risky approach will get you into the finals. I think you're going to have to go for it, and I think we already saw out of the gates Nakajima not holding back on those power turns up in the pocket. He could have easily done the windshield wipers down the line on the backhand, but he committed to those turns, and he was rewarded for that 7.67, and I do think we will see some above-the-lip surfing, but time will tell. 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock here. Cooper Chapman, a very slow start for our surfer from Australia, and he looks like he is going to play that patience game. He's not going to take off unless it's going to be a set wave, and we'll see. That's the similar situation we saw Dimity Stoyle employ, and her competitor was able to find a wave underneath of her priority, and so far out of the gates, Nakajima has the best wave on the board with a 7.67, and Chapman now with that priority, he's going to wait out the back in hopes of a set wave coming.
Yeah, so Nakajima, as you said, he came out of the gates with a 7.67, and the surfing that Nakajima does, he can do this all day long, all night long. He can do it in his sleep. He's so solid on his backhand. He manages to get his surfboard incredibly high and fast through the lip. And to him, it's not risky surfing. It's what he has done his whole life. He does it all day long, and it's a walk in the park for him. And I think that's what's going to win the heat. I think it's when you think, wow, I'm going to have to go out on a limb here to beat someone, then there's pressure involved in that approach, because you're like, I don't know if I can do this. Whereas what he's doing, he knows he can do it all day long. And he's sticking to his strengths, and that's what's going to win the heat.
So 16 minutes on the clock, and a lot less consistent than what we saw yesterday, Pitsy. We saw the consistency with the surf much more active yesterday. Overnight, we had the wind shift from the southerly direction to the northerly direction, and conditions definitely different from yesterday. We've got that low tide coming up around noon, so we're hoping to have our event finish around then, and we can crown champions. Actually, we'll finish quite a bit before noon. So we've got semifinal number 1 for the men. We've already got the finals set for the ladies. And we've got 2 Japanese competitors in the finals for those women in that QS 3000. Hanako Kurakawa in the red up against Minori Kawai. And we saw the support for the Japanese competitors. And we saw these ladies. It was my first time seeing these ladies surf here at this QS 3000, Pitsy, and it was very impressive in the early rounds. But I was wondering, as they started to get deeper into this event, the top seeds start to hit the lineup, how they would go. Well, they've answered that question. They've answered that challenge. They are now into the finals, these 2 ladies from Japan, and a testament to the level of surfing now coming out of the country of Japan. You know, you and I have been coming over here for many years, and the surfing over here has always been a big, highly participated sport. But the level around the world seemed to be a little bit higher in the bigger countries such as Australia, America, etc. But now the level of surfing coming out of Japan is right there with the best of the countries. We've currently got Kanoe Igarashi on tour, on the championship tour for the men. He is 100% blood Japanese. We've seen the likes of Hiroto Ohara win QS, huge QS events over at the U.S. Open of Surfing. And now we are seeing the women also elevate their game. 2 finalists in this QS 3000. Very, very impressive for the Japanese surfing.
Yeah, Todd, I think it is very impressive. I think the one thing, the biggest change that I've seen over the past 20 or so years surfing in here is the surfers not cracking under the pressure. Back in the day, Japanese surfers were well known for cracking under pressure, falling and letting the heat go. But these girls are unbelievable, steely nerves, and they're keeping it real. They're not trying to surf above their ability. They're doing what they can do. They're playing the tactic game fantastically. And sometimes it takes the better girl to make this mistake to let the other girl who's playing her own game that may not be as good a surfer, but she gets through on the 2 consistent scores rather than the big score and then nothing to back it up. And I think we saw that in both semi-finals up in riding red.
Yeah, Nakajima trying to get out on the open face, floats this section. Tricky wave here. He's gotten 1 floater, now a nice snap there in the pocket, so this will be his 2nd score going into his score line, and he'll apply more pressure on Cooper Chapman. So not a great wave there for Nakajima, but it will be a good one to put behind that 7.67. He opened up with that 7.67. He's waited a while now. Now he has his 2nd score in that score line. Currently Chapman looking for a 6.91, but look for that to change. He will definitely need a score up in that excellent range, and probably more likely will need 2 waves as he will be in a combination situation.
Yeah, as you said, Todd, a smaller, very tricky wave, but once again, great surfing for what was on offer. I think it is what it is, and that's his approach. Nakajima, a very composed competitor, and he just made the most of the small opportunities that were on that wave, and I think he'll turn it into an okay backup score.
Well, there it is. As we anticipated, it changes the situation. Cooper Chapman now in a combination situation, looking for an 11.18 because last of red comes through at a 3.5. It backs up that 7.67, so his 2-wave total is 11.17, and that is why Chapman now is chasing 2 waves totaling 11.18 to move up into first. 12 minutes on the clock, and Nakajima really, at the moment, holding this heat down, Pitsy.
He is, and you know, we've seen right throughout this event, and up and riding though. Look at this.
Beautiful opening turn, drifting the fins, setting them free, straight into a carve right there. So a great answer back here for our surfer in blue. No doubt coming out of that combination situation and right back in the game. To your point, Pitsy, he did not have to take to the air right there, keeping it on the face, applying that power to the tail, letting the fins drift on that opening maneuver. Good surfing there by Cooper Chapman. He'll be right back in this heat Ton of time on the clock, 11 and a half minutes to go, and now we've got a heat on our hands.
Yes, we do. A nice sized wave and a big turn to open up, and the judges are going to eat that up. So I wouldn't be at all surprised if Cooper Chapman gets up in a similar score to Flavio's first ride. And now 11 minutes for Cooper Chapman to back it up. So it's going to become now the battle of the backup score. Right now the bar is set at 3.5 for the backup. And let's see how things pan out here.
Well, now first priority will swing to Nakajima, our Brazilian competitor out there, the goofy footer. 11 minutes on the clock, and you can see the sun starting to pop out here. Local time in Japan, 20 minutes after 8 a.m., and we are already into semifinal number 1. We've finished the semifinals for the ladies already this morning. The finals are set. Coming up after semifinal number 2 of the men, we will go directly into the finals for the women here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, a women's QS 3000. It's an all-Japanese final. Hanako Kurakawa in the red up against Minori Kawai in the blue. Stand by for scores for Last Up Blue. They are definitely going to be good for our surfer from Australia, and it will set things right back to where we wanted to see him. We want to see an exciting semifinal. We don't want to see a lopsided battle. We want it to come down to the end, and scores starting to drop now for the opening wave of blue. And as you said, Pitsy, it's going to be right there in and around that 767 for Nakajima, and it looks like it's going to actually be better. It's going to be an excellent score here for Cooper Chapman to open things up. 10 minutes on the clock, and he will be right back in this heat, not needing much to overtake first place after that second wave here for our surfer from Australia. Couple of beautiful turns on the forehand, sets the fins free on the opening maneuver, follows it up with a couple more. It's a 7.93, so just shy of that excellent range, but right there, and a great score now on the board for Cooper Chapman. Cooper Chapman sits in second place, looking for a 3.34 Pitsy. What an answer there by Cooper.
It was incredible stuff, and I love the way, the point of difference, the big fin throw front first turn. Just sliding the tail right back, the nose of his board, complete 180 degrees, and that has been the big difference probably between the two scores there. Similar waves, but just that one big maneuver at the beginning. First one, straight out of the gates. Here he goes again, kicking, scratching, taking a look.
Yep, without priority. Getting some momentum down the line, look for the air. And there it is. He knew that wave was going to close out. He was going to have to make the most out of that one section, so pops the fins up and over the lip, lands in the flats, spins it, and we'll see. That will definitely go into his score line. He was looking to better, he was not looking to better anything. He needed a 3.24 Pitsy, one maneuver, forehand air, reverse into the flat, smaller wave. Is it what he needed?
I think it will be. I think, the judges realizing the level of difficulty involved with doing an air reverse, like I mentioned, the risk. You said it'll get rewarded. I think it'll go higher than 3.5, which was Flavio's backup score. So it's going to be a battle of the backup scores, and Cooper Chapman needing a 3.24. He will go into first place. And once again, I've been very doubtful on whether that opportunity of going to the air is going to be even made available, and he found it, made the most of it, and the risk will be rewarded.
Yeah, no doubt. As you can see him, he knew that little lip section right there was the only opportunity to perform a maneuver. That side shore breeze blowing into his face there, keeping the board at the bottom of his feet, doesn't need to grab it, blows the fins up and above the lip, lands in the flat, spins it. He's got those on lock. Cooper Chapman in the semifinals here. Semifinal number 1, looking for a score of a 3.24. It's one maneuver with 7.5 minutes to go. It is going to flip the situation, and there it is. It's a 5.33. Cooper Chapman goes to first now off the strength of back-to-back waves, a 7.93, a 5.33. Our surfer from Australia in the blue is now in first place. Nakajima wearing the red, representing Brazil, drops to second. He doesn't need a big score, though, Pitsy. He needs a 5.60. We saw him open up on his backhand with a flurry of maneuvers, and he gets a 7.67. He's now looking for a 5.60. He has first priority. He's breaking to the north. It looks like he is committed, so he will either lose priority or get a score on the board, and, well, he's going to utilize it. He's up and riding. Nice opening maneuver here. Out on the flats, snaps it back. We'll see if this thing will start to give him more opportunity on the inside. He gets one more turn off the top, looking for a 5.60. Granted, he got multiple maneuvers on it, but it didn't have that degree of difficulty. We saw that air from Chapman. Will it be the score that was needed there for Last of Red?
I don't think it will. We didn't see that seamless transition between turns that we've seen throughout this event from Nakajima, and he's just going to need a wave that'll allow him just to do a little bit more here. Into the lip, nice. Comes out of that just ever so stuck as you see him crouch down. Into the third turn, once again, just trying to pump to get out in front of the foam at the end of that wave. It's not going to be enough, and Flavio's just going to need a better wave, so it's going to get down to the wave choice. The surfing's there, but he's going to need a bigger wave. Here's Chapman.
Better wave for Chapman. Great opening turn. Straight up into the lip again. This is going to be another good score for Chapman. He loves it. Stand by for scores. That one is going to be going into his score line. He was looking to better a 5.33 to extend his lead over Nakajima. So started out slow, Chapman, but now has the momentum here in the back end of this heat.
Wow, he's pretty psyched, and the big guts pose at the end. I think he was just trying to influence the judges there. I like the the risk that he took. Let's see what happens.
That one will definitely increase that 5.33, I believe, Pitsy. Let's have a look here. Watch this opening maneuver. Look how he was able to drive off the bottom. Beautiful snap. Nice transition into the next move. Goes vertical up into it and then straight into another. So I'm pretty confident he will better that 5.33 with 6 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. Cooper Chapman, as we watch this heat unfold, definitely the momentum has changed. Nakajima came out of the gates, dropped that 7.67, but since then it's been the Chapman show.
Yeah, I'm finding with the off-the-top maneuvers, Red is getting far more directional change out of his board, whereas Chapman seems to be just a little bit flat off the top there. So let's see what happens.
Well, score is starting to slowly fill in for Nakajima on that first wave of the exchange, and we'll stand by for the last wave of Chapman as well. So semifinal number 1 out in the lineup. Coming up next, semifinal number 2, Oni Anwar from Indonesia will be in the red up against Jesse Mendez in the blue. And that will start in just under 7 minutes. And scores in for Last of Red on that backhand, 5.77. So he jumps to first now. Chapman drops to second, requiring a 5.51. Pitsy, if scores don't better that 5.33, based on what you're saying, he will not go back up into first place. But this is going to be a pivotal moment here as we stand by for the fourth wave of our Surfer in Blue.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting score. I don't know where the judges will go with it. I just thought his board looked a little bit flat on the face. I like the way Nakajima gets up into the lip and rips the nose completely back around into the foam and into the next maneuver. And I just saw that Cooper would go up, he'd turn, but he seems to be a little bit bigger boy with a longer board, and it's not quite fitting into these little waves quite tight enough to really capture the judges' imagination. But look at me, egg on my face again. Wow. I mean, I admit I'm very surprised with this score, but I'm no judge. So you guys out there be the judge of.
I felt it was going to no doubt be a Pitsy. Sorry to I mean that's why we're in here, is because we it is a subjective sport. You look at it from different angles, but that was a very well surfed wave. 3 maneuvers. It comes through at an 8.93. Last of Chapman now in first place. Nakajima drops down to second place. And as I mentioned, the Chapman show continues, and now Nakajima's in a tough situation. He requires a 9.19. He opened up with a 7.67. We thought it was going to be a highly contested heat. He was going to be the man to beat. Chapman waited a long time to get going, but now a 7.93, an 8.93, and Chapman holds first place pretty firmly at the moment with 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock, and he's not done yet. Quickly up and down, our surfer in blue there. First priority with our surfer in red, Pitsy. 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Nakajima is going to have to do something extremely good on that backhand, and the challenge is now he can get critical in the pocket, but needing a score of a 9.19 in these conditions, I'm not sure if it's possible out there right now.
No, it is definitely a tall order, a 9.19. Tough stuff for Flavio Nakajima. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. Cooper Chapman, when you look at the variety of the surfing that he's done in this heat, he really has surfed a fantastic heat as his approach to the waves that he's caught. He surfed them for what's on offer and made the most of those opportunities, and surfed a very well positioned heat as far as keeping busy, then getting priority. So overall, he's out in front because of his perfectly surfed heat through his maneuvers and his wave choice and his use of priority. So Cooper Chapman staying in the zone. He looks very focused this whole week throughout, and he's staring down the barrel of the final of the 6,000.
Here we go, Pitsy. Yeah, this one's going to be quick. One quick maneuver into the whitewater. Wave shuts down. Not going to be the score he needs. 9.19 is what's needed by our Brazilian surfer in red. It had a nice vertical section open up. He got up in that pocket, jams it, goes straight up into the next one, but that wave shuts down on him. So with 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock, Chapman has first priority and the lead at the moment. An 8.93, a 7.93, giving him a two-wave total of 16.86. Nakajima's two-wave total, a 13.44. He requires a 9.19, so it's looking pretty safe that we've got our first finalist, and it's going to be a surfer from Australia, Cooper Chapman.
Yeah, well, Cooper Chapman now with priority. Now just shadowing the surfer in red, realizing how potentially dangerous Flavio is. Cooper Chapman is not prepared to take any chances now. So the dream looks like it will come true for Cooper Chapman to make the final. Last year he was a standout performer, fell short of the final, and now this year, 2017, the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, is looking like seeing Cooper Chapman as our first finalist with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the clock, and it looks like that will be the end of the run for Nakajima, taking home an equal third-place finish. A great result here at this QS 6000. 3,550 points going towards next year's qualification and $5,500. So congratulations to Nakajima. A great run here at this event, and a very big congratulations to our first finalist, Cooper Chapman, our Australian. Started this heat slow, but came back in a big way. Coming up next, semifinal number 2, Oni Anwar, Jesse Mendez. Stay tuned.
I'm DeSouza, bro. I'm DeSouza.
I'm DeSouza.
Hey, kidding me? I am Adriana DeSouza.
I am DeSouza. Totally.
Welcome back. Semifinal number 2 now takes the lineup here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. And that last heat, Cooper Chapman in the back half of that heat took command, and Flavio Nakajima could not respond despite opening up with the best single wave score of a 7.67. So our first finalist, Cooper Chapman, stands on the beach and awaits to see who he will match up against in this from this semifinal number 2.
Yeah, that was a very exciting opening semi-final here in the men's. Oni Anwar, Jesse Mendez up and riding.
Yeah, we've already got a couple scores starting to drop, and it looks like the first exchange for Mendez will be the better of the two waves that opened up for red and blue. And there we just saw Mendez on his second wave. So first of red comes through at a 0.57, and it looks like Mendez's wave will be much better than that and will actually stay, at the moment anyway, in his scoreline. It's a 6.5 for first up blue. So Mendez out to an early lead, and Anwar from Indonesia in the red looking for a 5.94.
Yeah, so we saw in that first semi-final Cooper Chapman posting a 7.9 and 8.9, a total score of 16.86, an incredible score for these tough conditions that we've got on offer here today up and riding. This is the replay of Jesse Mendez. Nice backhand snap combination, and here's the second wave ridden by Jesse.
So you saw that first wave, Pitsy, a little bit better. He was able to get more vertical on those moves. The opening score came through to 6.5. That second one there was a 4.5. So an early lead here for Mendez. Anwar in a combination situation early in this heat. 3 minutes have passed. And Oni looking for two waves totaling 11.9. 7.01. Looks like Mendez is having another look here, Pitsy. Good-looking right-hander here. Let's see what he can do. Nice opening turn, goes vertical. Gets back into it again. He's going to be able to get one more, so a great three-maneuver wave there for Mendez, and that should better his situation.
Yeah, Jesse Mendez looking very strong here in this semi-final. But here's the surfer in red, Onyanwa. Can he go to the air? It's now.
Well, keep an eye on it. That wave flattens out. You can see him generating the speed. He either wanted to go ahead and throw it on that rail or go above the lip. That wave doesn't offer either of those maneuvers for him, so he kicks out. So far, Mendez seems to be in a little bit better rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah, you're right. He's been right on point so far in this heat. 26 minutes left. Onyanwa now. He's going to have to mentally stock take what's he got ahead of him now, and then how he's going to go about toppling Jesse Mendez in this semi-final number 2.
Jesse got a big win earlier this year down at the Australian Open of Surfing, and currently sits number 1 on the qualifying series rankings. And that last heat, our Australian surfer started out slow, but in the end got the win. Cooper Chapman standing by now.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of semifinal 2-1, Cooper Chapman. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Well, the heat started really slow, and it was kind of like a heat for your mental strength. How did it was out there in the condition?
Yeah, I mean, it started really slow. I didn't really catch anything for like the first 15 minutes, and Flavio got that 767, and I was kind of on the back foot, but I was just like, if I get a couple of waves, I knew my surfing could sort of do the talking, and yeah, if I just caught the waves, I felt like I was surfing strong enough to get scores, and yeah, it worked out for me.
Yes, that's right. Your first score is 7.67. After that, you made a beautiful 3 maneuvers with a perfect finish, and I saw your big claim, and that scored 8.93.
Yeah, after my first one, I kind of sort of realised what the scale was like. I knew they were scoring quite high because there wasn't too many waves, and if you're on the biggest set waves, they're going to give sort of high 7s to 8s straight away if you sort of surf them right. And yeah, the first one I connected a couple turns, and then the second one was right after I saw him get the wave, and I kind of knew he was going to get the score, and that wave popped up, and I knew I just had to sort of connect 3 or 4 turns, and I could get another 7 to 8, and yeah, it worked out perfect for me.
You know, this contest is quite long, and it's hard to keep your concentration, but you're going to work it out for the finals too?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just going to go sit up on the hill and get ready for the next heat. I mean, I feel really good. I've actually been kind of sick all week, so I've kind of just been laying really low and keeping hydrated, sort of stretching a lot and keeping the body feeling good. But yeah, feeling good for the final.
I'm sure the God is on your side. Okay, good luck with your finals. Congratulations to Cooper Chapman. Sure, you want to say hi to your fans?
Oh, my sister Chloe's got angry at me for not saying hi in the other ones, and hi to all my other sisters, Olivia and Sophia, my parents, my beautiful girlfriend, and yeah, all the guys at Narrabeen. I know you're watching, and yeah, hopefully I can bring it home.
All right, good luck with your next heat. Congratulations to Cooper Chapman. Back to you.
Yeah, congratulations to Cooper, and you know, Pitsy, you gotta thank those ones that support you, and so good to see Chapman say, hey, you mind please? Sorry, you mind if I just say hi to a couple family and fans? And so Chapman into the finals, a huge result here at this QS 6000, and congratulations to him with that win in semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2 out in the water right now, and we just saw this wave here from Oni Anwar working this right-hander across, and currently is in that second place position in a tough situation at the moment, needing 2 waves totaling 13.84. Mendez has kicked this one off pretty quickly, Pitsy, with a 7.33 and a 6.5, and our goofy footer right now holds this heat down pretty strongly.
Yeah, it's a very daunting task to go out in a heat against Jesse Mendez, knowing how capable he is. And then we saw yesterday with the South African surfer. Let's just have a look here at Oni Anwar here.
Yeah, look for the forehand air. I can see him getting that speed. He wants to pop the fins up and over. He does. Smaller wave, but you can see there, this guy, he's had those maneuvers throughout this event on usually bigger waves, and when you can perform a maneuver like that, you're going to get the big scores. And smaller wave there, he knew he had to go all or nothing there to try and make something out of nothing. Stand by for last of red. Let's have a look here at this wave, Pitsy.
Yeah, a nice maneuver. The wave just a little bit too small, and he needed a little bit more prior to that finishing little reverse maneuver if that was to go into the top two by the end of this heat. And Oni, obviously he knows he's going to need a better wave.
So reflecting back on the quarterfinals and seeing their performance yesterday afternoon, these two competitors, as they made their way out of the quarters, winning those into the semifinals, Oni was matched up against one of our Japanese competitors in quarterfinal number 3 against Hiroto Arai, and Oni had a fantastic quarterfinal yesterday, getting a 7.83 and a 9.17, and a great result there for Hiroto Arai. He was another competitor from Japan that we were very impressed with a pair of 7s in that heat. He got a 7.67 and a 7.67 Hiroto, but fell short to a very informed Oni Anwar. And then looking at quarterfinal number 4, Jesse Mendez had a fantastic heat as well. A very tight race here between him and Beric de Vries. And the two-wave total for Jesse Mendez was a 15.80, and Beric de Vries from South Africa a 15.17. So that one was very, very close, Pitsy.
Yes, I was just making the point there of the daunting task for any competitor to paddle out against the number 1 qualifying series ranked surfer, which is Jesse Mendez. But not only that, when you see Jesse Mendez perform, he does not make any mistakes whatsoever, and every wave he catches, he delivers. So we saw yesterday against the South African surfer, he came out guns a-blazing and got a massive lead. But there's only one Harry Houdini in this competition here, and it is Jesse Mendez. So for now, him to start off strong and go right out in front in this heat, it's going to be very tough for Oni Anwar to come back. He needs a 9.90, and Jesse Mendez is only going to build on this already strong, established position that he has in this heat.
And there's a great story up right now on WorldSurfLeague.com about Tatiana Weston-Webb and Jesse Mendez. They've been dating for a long time, and a bit of a power couple, if you will, in the surf world. And check it out. It's titled Tatiana Weston-Webb and Jesse Mendez. It's part of the Hooked series, and it's one of pro surfing's most potent power couples as they talk about their lives together and being apart. It's tough, as we know, Pitsy. When we have wives or are dating girls and travel the world chasing the QS and are the world tour, and for them, one is already on the CT and the other is trying to make that quest to get there. So should Jesse get there, it would be great, because there's a lot of events where the men and the women are on that championship tour competing at the same venue. But right now, a lot of times they're on opposite sides of the world, and it can be very challenging. And that's a great article there, kind of giving you some insight on the challenges and the upside of being a power couple on the in the surf world.
Yeah, well, isn't it incredible that we do have this live coverage on the WSL of these events? And you mentioned that in Fiji it is a lay day, so paddling, Red taking a look.
Oni Anwar, keep an eye on this. He can get a lot of speed out of not much. There it is. I mentioned that forehand air. I had a very strong feeling he was going to go to in these onshore northerly breeze conditions, and he's starting to pull them on every single wave, Pitsy.
Well, let's see what happens there, because he got that one air maneuver, and he really did make the most of that opportunity there. A real risky turn. He pulled it off. If he just needed a little bit more, so if he could hit the lip again after that, I think the 2 to 3 turns is going to be what he's going to need. And just getting a little bit stuck out of that last little whack off the lip. And Oni, yeah, he's going to be continuing to look for scores here, because I don't know if it's going to better Jesse Mendez's backup score of the 6.5.
Well, there it is. It does get him out of that situation of needing 2 waves. Last of Red was a 5.50, so now Oni Anwar looking for an 8.33. Pitsy, with that critical maneuver there that he did, it was only one maneuver, comes through to 5.5. Imagine if he can get one of these right-handers like we've seen him get throughout this event. He's able to get one big turn-off, even 2, and then finish with that air reverse. That's when we'll see him take the lead from Jesse Mendez. So
yeah.
The challenge is going to be, will he be in position to get one of those waves? Right now, first priority being held by Jesse Mendez, so Oni's going to have to try and stay busy and get away from the surfer in blue to find one of those waves. But if he can get multiple maneuvers and finish strong with one of those air reverses, it's going to be interesting.
It will certainly will. I guess the positive side of the situation he's in right now is he knows exactly what he needs. If it was still a close race, you take off on the waves, get busy and surf the wave for what is presented in front of you. I guess for Onianwa now, he goes, I know exactly what sort of wave I'm looking for, and then I know exactly what surfing I'm going to have to do. So it just narrows down any confusion that may be in his approach to how he's going to surf the rest of the heat. He knows exactly what he's got to do, and here he goes paddling, taking a look, and Jesse's going to shut that down.
Yeah, he had to give way, the surfer in red, because Mendez had first priority. Two beautiful maneuvers to open up here on the backhand, right in the pocket here for Mendez, and look at this, a final maneuver there, goes vertical, takes it 12 o'clock on a wave that is literally knee-high. Most surfers are barely getting to their feet, and Mendez, our current world number 1 on the qualifying series, takes it 12 o'clock, so another good wave there for Mendez.
Yeah, incredibly solid surfing from Mendez, and for anyone out there to say, you know, Jesse's going to boost another high score, and it's all coming off this lethal, seamless, smooth backside surfing that he's incredible at doing.
Yeah, look at the transition there between that first and second maneuver. A little bit of downtime here through this section, but then he finishes once again strong. This is going to be a great wave here for Mendez. He's going to extend his lead over Oni Anwar and potentially could put Anwar back into a combination situation. We'll see. Stay tuned for that last wave of Mendez, but great surfing out here on the backhand. It's been the strength of that he's been going to throughout this event, and he is definitely going to lean on that potentially into the finals.
Yeah, Todd, you mentioned that, you know, no doubt Tatiana Weston-Webb's probably online watching Jesse surfing right here. And once again, the girls sitting around the restaurant there in Tavarua probably watching the women going down as well, seeing that there's two Japanese girls in the final. There's got to be some opportunities for more of you girls out there, all you international surfers, to come here to Japan, join this event, and get amongst the action, because there's been incredible stuff here this week, and the Japanese girls have finished up on top.
Yeah, check the score starting to drop for last of Mendez. It's going to be his best wave yet, and it will no doubt put Anwar into a situation where he's going to need 2 scores now. This is going to be the best wave yet for Mendez, going to be right there in that excellent range, an 8 or above. Keep in mind he's already got a 7.33. Now he's got an 8.33. Mendez extends his lead. Anwar now looking for a 15.67. He requires 2 waves. That will give him a 15.67, Pitsy.
Wow. So, tall order once again. Poor old Onianwa, he's got it all to do with a combination situation now. But Jesse Mendez, unbelievable surfing. I mean, he makes it look so easy, you know, and he's just sticking to that backhand snap game, and it's so strong.
Well, Pitsy, if we are streaming live right now at the restaurant in Tavarua, I'd like to say a big shout out to all the staff there on Tavarua Island, one of my favorite places in the world, as well as the crew over on Namotu. They are the host islands for that next event, and the window kicked off today. I saw some social media for the World Surf League. Jesse Miley Dyer was out in the lineup on the boat early this morning making the call, and it was flat, so a day off there. The women, no doubt, probably enjoying some time there on one of the best in one of the best places of the world, whether it be snorkeling, fishing, surfing, you name it, it takes place there. But for me, the people in Fiji, some of the best people in the world, very similar to what we have been a part of here in Japan. Very respectful, great hosts, and 2 of my favorite places in the world, straight up.
Good on you, Todd, and you've been very lucky to travel the world and surf and work like you've done, and the experience that you've gained through all the different cultures that you get. And for any young kids out there who are thinking of, you know, forging yourself a career on the world tour, it is an amazing lifestyle and an awesome educational experience as far as your personality goes. You know, you can only do so much at school, but if you travel the world, wow, I mean, that is really an education in itself.
Yeah, there's nothing like entrenching yourself in the different cultures around the world, and both of the cultures being here in Japan and the one I was referencing in Fiji, very unique to a lot of the regions around the world. And if you ever get a chance to either come here to Japan or go to Fiji, I highly recommend it. 12 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock here in semifinal number 2. Mendez, current heat leader, up and riding, looking to better a 7.33. That one's not going to do it. He kicks out. First priority resides with our surfer, Oni Anwar, in the red, our Indonesian. He's got some time on the clock, but he's going to have to post a score here real quick, Pitsy, if he wants to get back into this heat. He's chasing 2 scores, totaling 15.67. My concern is for Oni, if he gets a set wave right now, I think immediately in his head, he's thinking he's going to have to go to the air. And as we indicated and we've seen him do throughout this event, He first leans on turns and then goes to that air. Let's see how he reacts here. Needing a big score. You can see him telegraphing, wanting to go straight to the air. He does. It's a big maneuver, but it's a one maneuver.
It is a one maneuver. It's stronger than his 5-5 in my opinion, because he did fly for a little bit longer. Seamless transition back onto his feet at the end of the wave. But against Jesse Mendez, currently comboed, he's still got a fair bit of work to do. But when you look at the clock, just under 12 minutes, there is time left, and still plenty of waves out there for these surfers. And I'm sort of tending to think it's a real tall order. But as you said, if he can throw a few more air maneuvers backed up with a few turns, look at this, incredible stuff.
Yeah, for him, airs are like floaters for you and I. I mean, he can do those in his sleep, literally walking down the beach. He can do those, and he's pulling them on every wave. And so again, the waves that he's got, you can't fault him for going to those, but he's going to have to get a wave that's going to give him the opportunity to get up into the lip a couple times before he takes to the air, and then we'll see the scores go up into the excellent range. Standing by for the last two scores, not looking like it's going to change things. So stay tuned for this last couple of waves here for our surfer in red. No doubt very impressive surfing. The wave prior comes through at a 5-0-0, and we'll stand by for that last wave there. So probably not going to change the situation. Still going to be needing two waves totaling 15.67, Pitsy.
Yeah, it is very tough, but as the tide starts to drop out, it's playing into Oni Anwar's game, because it's creating a little bit more lift for him to boost those aerial maneuvers. So, if the opportunity's there, he's got to stay positive at just about that point, or anything that he can sort of draw on to keep his mind in the game, because being comboed by Jesse Mendez, it's got to be a pretty daunting prospect to be facing with 10 minutes left for a heat in the water.
Well, scores dropping for that last wave comes through at a 6-6-3, so Anwar does get himself out of that position of being in a combination situation chasing two waves. He now requires a 9.03. Still a lot of time on the clock, Pitsy. 9 minutes, 50 seconds to go, so he did slowly open that door. We'll see if he's able to kick it open with a 9.03 or maybe able to catch two waves and better that 6.63 and lower the task of that big score of a 9.03. Oni Anwar, though, he is definitely still in this heat at the moment, out of that combination situation.
Well, if you reflect back to Cooper Chapman going very close to that 9-point ride with a combination of 3 turns on the face, Oni Anwar can draw some confidence out of that wave that Cooper got by knowing that he can do those turns, but he can also do that big air. And, it really is a talent to be able to do an air reverse in these smaller conditions. He can do that. If he gets the opportunity, you never know. We might just see that 9.03 posted.
That was a great shot from out the back from the drone, looking down at the two surfers in the lineup. You can see a very defined bank there that they're sitting on. This has been the go-to point for these competitors throughout this event for both the men and the women. Earlier, about a week prior, Pitsy, you could touch on it and add a little bit more detail, but the locals here, the contest director, as well as some of the locals were able to gather up a bunch of sand, bring it down here, I believe, by truck, and then push it out there by a bulldozer.
They certainly did that, Todd, and they have done everything possible to try and create the stage for these surfers to perform the best surfing possible. They've certainly done that, and the bank has been a roaring success. Paddling, taking a look. Here he is.
Yeah, a little right-hand runner here. Blue has first priority, and he's just going to shut that one down there on Oni Anwar. So now the priority will shift to red. Oni does have priority now with 8 minutes on the clock, but a great use of priority there for Jesse Mendez. And right back out there into the lineup, a great-looking little right-hand runner here. I think the best wave so far for Oni. Beautiful opening turn, jams it up into that second section there, so he keeps it on the face. Once he finally does get a wave that offers multiple maneuvers there, so Oni Anwar answering back, trying to claw his way back into semifinal number 2 here to make it to the finals up against Cooper Chapman.
Yeah, another nice ride for Oni. He's staying busy. You can see he's still staying positive. There's no holding this kid down. And here it is. Nice snap, nice float to finish. If he had just had maybe 2 or 3 feet of face in that wave that could have just extended that last turn a little bit more, I think it would have gone up into his top 2. It should go up into his top 2 regardless, but right now he's going to need every little bit of help he can get. It won't go into a 9.03, so Oni Anwar back to the drawing board. Jessie Mendez back in priority, and the task still ahead for the Indonesian surfer, the lone Indonesian surfer in this event, and it's been an incredible result for him no matter what happens. Oni Anwar, great stuff.
7 minutes to go here in semifinal number 2. Coming up next, we will have the women's final, and it's an all-Japanese final. Surfer in red, Hanako Kurakawa up against Minori Kawai, and we heard the crowd during the semifinals when those two women were able to upset the two Australians. And now we have a set staged with two Japanese competitors. We know that our champion this year at the QS 3000 here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro will be won by a Japanese competitor. Great stuff, Pitsy.
It certainly is, and when you look at those world rankings and how the girls are going to climb up with this result, you know, the Japanese girls, it's only a matter of time before we see one of them on the world tour, and you know, this is really going to give them confidence for all Japanese girls, you know, and even for the men alike. They're realizing that they can do this on the international stage, and there's no reason why they shouldn't be filling those top world championship tour positions.
Pitsy, last I've read, Oni Anwar 6.97, so lowers his situation as far as the waves that the wave score that he needs. He now requires an 8.69. So our Indonesian surfer slowly but surely scratching his way back into this heat. 5 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. First priority sits with our current heat leader, Jessie Mendez. Jessie leads the heat with an 8.33. He's looking to better his low score of a 7.33, so a very consistent heat for Mendez. He came out of the gates strong on that backhand, getting up multiple times into the lip on that backhand attack. And now, slowly but surely, Oni Anwar has clawed his way back. He got a 6.63 and then backed it up with a 6.97. So now that 6.97 is what he's trying to build upon. He needs an 8.69 to go with that 8.97, and he will go to first.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you know, I don't know how well all these international surfers know each other or how many events Oni actually travels around. So between Jessie and Oni, and if Jessie Mendez didn't know too much about Oni prior to this event, he certainly knows a lot about him now, and he realised how lethal he has become, because in these little waves you can see the potential for him to post an excellent score is right there. It's right at his fingertips, and he just needs that wave. So you can see Jessie Mendez now, he's got that priority, and he's tightening the screws. He's not leaving anything up to chance anymore, because this kid is unbelievable, Jessie Mendez, not only with his surfing, but his incredible tactics. And he's smooth as silk. He's not too right in your face, but you can see he's right there, just close enough to shut anything down. Incredibly fast paddler.
Well, you mentioned Oni at any moment can strike and throw down that excellent score. We saw him do that yesterday in the quarterfinals, where he dropped a 9.17. So currently needs an 8.67. Conditions a little bit different than yesterday, but yesterday, knowing the fact, and he would realize this too, he posted a 9.17. So in his mind, definitely he realizes he's right in this heat. He just needs the potential on a wave to give him that scoring opportunity to drop a score of an 8.69. And reflecting back on his post-heat interview yesterday after the quarterfinals when he took out Hiroto Arai, he was beaming. He was so excited. And at the tail end of that post-heat interview, he literally had about a 2-inch wasp on his cheek. And the cameraman went to actually reach it for him, and he's like, hey, you got a wasp on your cheek. He's like, oh, just super mellow, smiling, goes, it's my friend. And he left it there on his cheek. I went into tears. I couldn't believe it, because if that thing was able to get its stinger into his cheek, ooh, boy.
Well, the thing is, you got to realize, Todd Klein, the wasps don't go around stinging trees for no reason, right? So there's no reason to go put the stinger in Oni unless, you know, a hand or something was there to upset him. So Oni was dead right. It's his friend. No reason to get in a blue with the wasp, was there, really?
I don't know. I know if one's in my car, the windows are going down and that thing's coming out. If you got wasp in your car and you're flying around with them, good on you, mate. Here we go. Current heat leader, Mendez. That was an interesting situation there, because he held priority. Now it will shift to Oni Anwar. Oni currently with 3 minutes on the clock looking for an 8.69. So just a little crack in the door here as far as the opportunity for Oni to strike and get that 8.69 and see if he can make it into the final up against Cooper Chapman. As I made mention, coming up next, the all-Japanese final here at the QS 3000. Hanako Kurakawa in the red, Minori Kawai in the blue. And we've got a decent crowd out here this morning. It's early still out here, Pitsy. It's 9 a.m. We're an hour outside of Tokyo, Japan. We are here at Ichinomiya Shida Beach, And this is the stop for the 2020 Olympics for surfing right here at this beach. So a big future for this beach. I know that there's been a lot of events over the years here in Chiba, in particular at this beach, but I tell you what, after 2020, Ichinomiya will be a household name.
Oh, for sure. Unbelievable stuff here for the Chiba surfing community. A great opportunity, and another great opportunity for Oni Anwar because he now has priority. And as you mentioned, a little bit of a mistake from Jesse with that priority. Very uncharacteristic. Now look at Oni Anwar. That wasp could have been his friend. There was a dangerous situation. He stayed cool and calm yesterday. He's done it again, and he's up and riding.
Well, let's see if he can sting Mendez here with an 8.69. Look for the forehand air. Beautiful maneuver there. Gets the fins out. Not necessarily an air, but a big blow tail there for him. Pulls it back around the way he went into it. Doesn't go into the reverse. Nonetheless, a great surfed wave there. We'll see how that comes through for Last of Red. Wasn't an 8.69. His wave prior was a 6.97, which lowered the needed score. And, well, was it an 8.69, Pitsy?
Wow. I reckon if he had gone above the lip and done the air reverse and spun right out of it, we could have been staring down the barrel of the major upset here. But it's going to be close. Todd, how do you see it? Because you're more experienced at seeing scores going down for aerial maneuvers. He did get to the air, but he didn't spin it completely at the end. How's that going to affect the score?
Well, reflecting back, the best wave so far in this heat was Mendez, and he had multiple maneuvers, a great fluidity through those maneuvers. He was able to get up into the critical section. That wave there, 2 maneuvers. I don't think, an 8.33 is what was the best wave so far. What's needed for Anwar is an 8.69. I don't think it's going to be enough, but stay tuned. We'll see. I think it will be just short of that with 30 seconds to go. Nonetheless, a great run here for Oni Anwar should he fall short. As we count this one down, score starting to drop. There it is. Last I've read, it's a 7.5, so it lowers the score that he needs. He now needs an 8.17. It was short of what was needed, and it looks like unofficially, well, hold the phone. He's got another shot, and this one's not going to do it for him, so he knows he's had a great run here. Oni Anwar is going to wrap things up here in the semifinals and take home an equal third-place finish, 3,550 points, which is a great result on the qualifying series, and $5,500. And Jesse Mendez, current world #1 on the qualifying series, on into the finals. He'll be up against Cooper Chapman. Stay with us. The finals up next for the women, Hanako Kurakawa and Minori Kawai.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
Ohio gozaimasu, and welcome back to Japan here at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We are into the finals here at this event for the women's QS 3000, and it's an all-Japanese final. Hanako Kurakawa in the red, up against Minori Kawai. Todd Klein joined by Matthew Pitts. Pitsy, seems like just yesterday we kicked this event off, and we had a fantastic week of surfing, both for the men and the women, the men being in that QS 6000. And now here with the women's, we've got the final set for this QS 3000, a huge opportunity for these two young ladies from Japan to get some big points towards qualifying for the championship tour.
Yes, you did right, Todd. And the incredible thing about it is now the full rivalry and all the Japanese fans sitting on their edges of seats is gone. They can now celebrate these two girls fighting it out in the final here, and no matter how the result finishes, it's going to be a great one for Japan and a very encouraging result. Up and riding surfer in blue.
Yeah, Minori getting a couple turns off here, small wave, and I think Hanako will see that Minori caught a very small wave there. She's going to play a little bit more patience of a little bit more of a patience game. You mentioned in this matchup Hanako being a little bit more of a veteran out of these two competitors, and I think we'll see her be a little bit more patient. A great run in the semifinals in that last heat, and it was Oni Anwar coming up just short and Jesse Mendez getting the win. So the final set for the men as well. It'll be Cooper Chapman from Australia up against Jesse Mendez from Brazil. Cooper Chapman being a regular footer, Mendez being a goofy footer. Last year this event was won by Evan Geiselman from Florida on his backhand. We'll see. Will the goofy footers keep that trophy in their court, or will it swing over to the regular footers? I know Cooper Chapman would like to change that stat.
Yeah, that's for sure. And there's Oni just on screen there. Oni Anwar, an incredible performance. A great shout out as far as surfing performance went to all the Indonesian surfers. Incredible stuff. You guys can do it. Let's see more of you guys over here at next year's event. A 3.83 for Minori Kawai, surfer in blue, in this women's final. Now, we mentioned during the week the smaller frame of the Japanese girls and how it could be an advantage in these smaller waves. Is that the reason why these are the last two in the final, Todd?
I think that's a component of it, but it's not the end-all factor. It's for maneuvers like that, being able to go straight up into the lip and commit to maneuvers, pivot from the bottom and straight to the lip. I don't care if you're from what country or what your size is. If you can do maneuvers like that, that's how you get big scores. And so, granted, it was a one-maneuver wave. Hanako Kurakawa commits to that, and now a little bit more opportunity here. Smaller wave, though, for Minori. She opened up with a 3.83, but you know what I'm saying, Pitsy? I don't care where you're from. It comes down to talent, and these Japanese ladies definitely have the talent to compete with the world's best, and they proved it here at this event.
Yes, I agree with the talent, but I also agree with the physics and the size and strength being equally matched with the waves. I think there is something going on there. Equally, on the other side of the scale, the bigger surfers in the big, more powerful waves like Hawaii, the big Hawaiian guys, really lay down the massive turns, and they can match the power of the big surf. And having the smaller girls here, the lighter frames, they can also deal with the lack of power for the smaller waves over here. It's just a off the top of the head observation, but it's interesting how we've got these two lighter frame, smaller Japanese girls here in the final, and it's been incredible stuff. But one of the most important parts of their performance has been their steely nerve and their great use of priority. Paddling, taking a look, surfer in red.
Yep, here we go. This being her second wave here. She opened up with a 4.73. Gets two maneuvers off here on that one. Almost catches a little bit of an edge on that final little whitewater hit there. So small score so far on the board to kick off the finals here. This is a World Surf League QS 3000, and we've got two Japanese finalists, and a great result for both of these ladies. Going to get some great points towards qualification, and going to get some pretty darn good money as well, Pitsy, here at this QS 3000.
Another interesting thing, Todd, is the event started off in 4-man, 4-women heats, and then as you break it down towards the finals and it narrows down to 2, you've mentioned, the tactics really do change, so that you've got to use priority because there's only one other person, and that's all you've got to beat. So the tactics becomes, a bit more of a focus as you get to the pointy end of the competition. But a lot of the Japanese girls are used to competing in these smaller conditions and just getting out there and getting waves and just going surfing. And it seems that overall, that has been the trend that's seen these two in the final. And also with the men, a lot of the heats were won by the guys that just got out there, got busy, and got surfing in these smaller, trickier conditions.
Last up blue comes through from Minori, a 4.50. So our surfer in blue comes out with an early lead, a 4.5, a 3.83. Hanako Kurakawa, she opened up with a 4.73. We're standing by for her second score, and already up and riding again on her third wave. Kawai in the blue, and she kicks out there. So Minori definitely staying a little bit more busy than her competitor out there, Kurakawa, but we're standing by for the second score of Kurakawa, and I think it could change things here, and we could see red go to first. And out the back, looks like we might have a little something approaching the lineup. And no ride there.
Yeah, very equally matched up as far as these two competitors go. and it's going to get down to that wave choice to split the two of them apart. Their approach is really mature.
Here we go, Pitsy. Both surfers having a look, and blue will have to give way because red has first priority. Quickly up into the lip goes our surfer in red. Nice section here. She jams that one, so that's going to be a good wave there for Kurokawa. And utilizing that priority.
That was a nice ride, Todd, and that wave stood up very nicely for her. It allowed her to get that speed down the line, two nice maneuvers. So I think you'll find the surfer in red has got to be confident, and she'll get a pretty good score.
And in looking at this year's qualifying series, a total of 39 events, Bitsy. This is stop number 21, this QS3000, and these two ladies will have a great result regardless of who takes a second place finish. They're going to go home with some good points. They will have a total of 2,250 points for second and $5,000 for her efforts, and 3,000 points for first and $12,000. And in order to qualify for the 2018 Championship Tour, you have to finish up in the qualifying series in the top 6. And so a tall order, knowing that there is a lot of great women around the world, and to finish in the top 6 is a tall order. And then once you get to that championship tour, we've seen a lot of surfers perform well on the qualifying series, but once they get to the championship tour, they haven't been able to find those results for whatever reason. It's unique to each individual, but it can be very challenging and daunting when you come up against those big names, those household names that a lot of these girls aspire to, and they find themselves in a heat, sitting out at a place like Cloudbreak, 6 to 8 foot pumping surf can be a big challenge.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Todd. It's a big challenge for anyone. And, you know, you look at some of those photos that are been coming through from Tavarua earlier in the week of the girls surfing, you know, 8 to 10 foot surf out there. Unbelievable stuff for any surfer in the world, that's for sure, because that wave is incredibly gnarly.
It is.
It's the beauty and the beast right there.
Scores in for last of red. There it is. It's a 6-1-7. So Kurokawa goes to first now, and our surfer in blue, Minori, drops to second. And Minori looking for a 6.40. A lot of time on the clock left. 26 minutes to go. Each surfer with 3 waves. And our current number 1 in the world on the qualifying series for the men has now made it to the finals, and he is standing by, Jesse Mendez.
It's working.
It's working. Thank you so much for watching World Surf League QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of semifinal 2, Jesse Mendez. Well, congratulations to you. You're moving up to the finals.
Yeah, very stoked. To be in the 3rd final in a row in 3 events, like back-to-back on the QSs, and yeah, very blessed. You know, it's so hard to do 1 final in a year, and I'm already on my 3rd one this year, so yeah, thank God for that.
How was it out there in the water?
It dropped a bit. Yesterday was just kind of the same size, but just perfect in the afternoons, clean and offshore. Today's a little trickier. We have a devil wind that we call it when the wind's blowing into the wave, and kind of makes it a little trickier, mostly for backside. Front side's good for airs there, but backside is like it's very small for air, so it gets tricky. But yeah, stoked to get a few quick waves right out the bat, and yeah, it worked out.
You made solid 3 turns on your under priority, scoring 7.33, and tight angle turns with finish. And I saw one judge scoring 9.20 for the 8.33. How do you feel about that?
Oh, stoked. I guess he likes me a lot. He likes my surfing. I don't know. It's subjective, so they can go. You can change. Like you know, one judge thought 1 turn. Like I don't know. It's just subjective. But I guess he thought my wave was a 9, and I was stoked, and I'm stoked for that he thought that, and I'll keep doing my surfing. And actually the judges have been very on point in this contest, and it's been very good. So yeah, congrats to them. It's a very tough job, subjective, and they do it from like 6 a.m. until 4 p.m. So it's very tiring, and yeah.
All right, so you have to show your 300% judge criteria, speed, power, and flow, and what's QS current leader is all about in your finals.
Yeah, I'll keep doing what I'm doing and see what God's plans are for this final, and I'm stoked. Me and Cooper, first I have Thomas in my room, and then now me and Cooper, we have been sitting at the little mountain right there at the hill, like by each other the whole event, like just by each other, just talking, oh, that was a good one, like watching every heat, and now we're in the final together, so it's pretty funny. We've been like kind of tight in this contest, and yeah, let's see, it's gonna be a good final, I bet.
All I can say is just enjoy and do your best. Good luck with your finals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try my best.
Jesse Mendez, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations to Jesse Mendez into the final with Cooper Chapman. And a shout out there for the judges from Jesse Mendez, and he makes a good point. It's been a very challenging event, especially when we kick things off in the earlier rounds with the four-man heats. And, we had a lot of activity through those heats, and it can be very challenging. But throughout this event, I agree with Jesse. The scoring has been spot on, and now he is into the finals. Last of Red comes through at a 6.23. We saw a quick paddle right there for Blue, and unfortunately she had first priority. Now she will relinquish it, and now Hanako has first priority, and she's going to utilize it. Pitsy up and riding here on this little right. Nice carve off the top, right in the pocket. And I like the commitment to that turn, but unfortunately that's all that wave's going to offer. But Kurokawa at the moment with a pair of sixes is the surfer to beat, and our surfer in blue looking for a 7.9.
I'll tell you one really incredible thing that I loved about that last wave of the surfer in red. That carve rail turn. I haven't seen it from her that whole event, and the confidence and excitement that she's obviously built inside by making it this final has enabled her to just unleash. And I hope we get a replay of that, because that's something new we've seen out of her, and this is what a big event can do to help a surfer lift their game and get up into that qualifying series surfing level. And it's really going to help her. She's going to take so much out of this event, and the way she's looking, she's going to take the win at this stage too, because she's really looking fantastic. I think she's growing, whereas the surfer in blue, Minori-chan, she's potentially the favourite for this final. And I just don't think she's lifted herself for the final up into this stage of the game. 22 minutes to go. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of heats won in the last 10 minutes, Pitsy, so a lot of time on the clock with 21 minutes to go. Minori looking for a 7.90, but you're right. So far right now, Hanako has come out with a little bit more flair, better wave selection, and currently finds herself in that first position at the moment. Minori looking for a 21, looking with 21 minutes on the clock for a 7.90.
Yeah, it was interesting that interview also from Jesse Mendez, how he said, I was going to mention the hill over to the left of the competition area is where all the locals gather. It's all happening on the hill. It's like the cricket ground back in Australia. You sit on the hill, everyone's up there. It's all happening, and it's very entertaining all day long. Red up and riding again.
Yeah, Hanako a little bit caught behind this. She hasn't been able to do a maneuver yet. She finally gets out on the open face, a little bit of a cutback, and then an oncoming section, rebounding off that oncoming section. So she's looking to better her low score of a 6.17. Not sure if that wave will do it. Unfortunately there, that whitewater was right there in front of her for the first part of that wave, but she was able to finally get around it and get a couple of maneuvers off. Reflecting back on Jesse Mendez in that post-heat interview, he's had a tremendous year, Pitsy. As we made mention, it's only midway through the year on the qualifying series, but as he said, this being his third consecutive final. He got a win down at the Australian Open of Surfing. He got a runner-up at the Maitland and Port Stevens Toyota Pro, and now he's back into the finals once again here at a QS 6000. So what a run this Brazilian is having, and he's looking definitely like he's probably going to make that championship tour. If he was to win this event here, and in looking at his scoreline, he's currently counting in his best 5 results, a 33rd at the Vulcan Pipe Pro, which is only 360 points, and he's currently counting a 33rd at the Sunset Open, which is 120. So if he was to put 6,000 into his scoreline right now, because he doesn't have a 5th keeper at the moment, he's only surfed 4 events, this one being his 5th, he will have 16,980, and it's pretty easy to show up at some of those bigger events with his seed after this event and, well, solidify that position to qualify for the championship tour.
Well, incredible stuff from the Brazilian surfer, and you see he's got that poise and that calmness about him. He's a very focused surfer, and he keeps it real from round 1 and all the way up to the final. Doesn't get ahead of himself. He takes each heat at a time, and just incredible execution. Here's Red up and riding. Great execution once again from the surfer in red throughout this event. A nice front side snap. A second turn, just another little backup score. She's still sitting on a 6.17 and a 6.23. 2 strong scores, and the confidence is built. Okay, so she's had a heap of waves that are coming in now at that mediocre range. She's going to need something special. 20 minutes left on the clock. We've got Blue Kauai out the back with priority, staying calm, staying composed, and now she is looking for a better wave out there, maybe slightly larger, to try and upset the surfer in red, who's taken this lead to almost the midpoint of the final.
One thing to keep an eye on, Pitsy, is that tide continues to draw out until just about noon today. It's already pretty shallow out there. You can see there at the bottom of the screen, a lot of times already that sandbar getting exposed. So I think we'll start to see 1 to 2 maneuver waves in that final for the men, and look for potentially Cooper Chapman to lean on that forehand air, knowing that we're going to see Mendez really get up into the hook on his backhand on those vertical sections. So that's going to be a great matchup against those two competitors. Coming up next, the men's final here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. We will see the World Surf League QS 6000 men's division kick off in that final, and we've got a regular footer up against a goofy footer, changing conditions, and it's going to be interesting to see how that final unfolds.
Yeah, Todd, you mentioned the tide is running out. Now look at the girls just getting pulled around a little bit by the rips that's starting to be created by the water rushing out here. And it's flowing over that shallow sandbank, hitting the slightly deeper dip and causing those little rips and bumps in the wave face. But it's also swirling the girls around the lineup a little bit, and to get pulled off the peak just as that bigger set comes through is a very easy thing to happen to you. So they're going to have to be very careful to make sure that when they find that positioning in the lineup that they can keep it. So you just saw Blue then looking to the beach, maybe checking her lineup point in the her lineup point on the beach, and getting a gauge on where she might be sitting in the lineup. Now you can see a bit of a swell coming here, and it looks like if she was to paddle north, she might be able to find a bit of a shoulder off this. But see that wave just racing her up the beach as well, and it's going to outrun her, breaking out from her a little bit there. So as the tide drops, every now and again when those sets arrive, they've got to be careful to make sure they're not sitting too close to the beach.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing when we saw Minori look back towards the beach, possibly looking for a position, something on the beach that she's been lining up off of, or maybe even, as you mentioned, a lot of the locals get on top of that hill there. Maybe she's looking at a coach, friend or family, possibly with a towel or something, motioning which way possibly a set is coming in. And here we go, Blue looking for a 7.9. Little right-hand runner here, gets up into the lip. Look at this oncoming section.
Wow.
And a nice finish there for Minori. She was looking for a 7.9, but more importantly, she's looking to better her high score at the moment, which is a 4.5, and really change the situation here. We'll see if she is able to get that 7.9, but I think for sure, no problem, she's going to clear off that 4.50.
Yes, I agree with you, Todd. And it was a very similar wave that she rode in the dying stages of the semi-final to flip things around on Dimity style. A smaller wave, but beautiful clean bottom to top surfing, a nice combination of two turns. It's going to be a good score. She's right back in this final, and the tables are slowly starting to turn back towards Blue.
Yep, and still plenty of time on that clock. 15 minutes, 40 seconds to go, and now priority resides with Hanako, our current heat leader. She has a 6.23 and a 6.17. She needs to better that 6.17 to increase her lead over Minori, and we're standing by for Last Up Blue. That was her fourth wave, and she was able to get two nice maneuvers off there on that little right-hand runner. And as we made mention, that tide dropping out, you're starting to see those rips pull against these competitors, actually pull them out towards the horizon. And you would expect that at places like Puerto Escondido when it's 6 to 8 foot, but no, you'll see it on occasion here in Japan, especially with these shallow banks that we do have on offer. Scores coming through looking pretty good for Last Up Blue. It's going to fall just short of that 7.9, but as we thought, it would definitely better that 4.5 at the moment, which is her best score. And then what that's going to do is it's going to lower the score that will be needed to overtake first. There it is. It's a 6.27, and now she only requires a 6.13. So building her way back into this heat is Minori Kawai, and now first priority sits with the surfer in red. 14 minutes on the clock, and
yeah, nice psychological boost for Blue to post the highest score of the heat so far. It's only by a little bit, but it's just enough to boost the psychology of her approach to the second half of the heat. Now, the heat's being extended out to 35 minutes. It's almost like the girls are going to have to surf two heats in one, because they're going to have to stay focused, and they're going to have to make their wave choice, and they're going to have to stay right on this from start all the way to finish. 35 minutes. It's pretty tricky to stay focused and composed in these ever-changing conditions that are taking place in front of us at the moment. And you can see a lot of water moving around, despite the smaller wave conditions. And I think they call that a spot rip, where you get waves coming out of that deeper water and then just slamming down on the ankle deep water, and then it reverberates and goes straight back out from where it came in, and it's created a very strong little rip just coming back out off that bank. So there you can see the surfer in blue just struggling with the water movement, and she's going to try and get herself out of that swell and up into a little bit of cleaner water, and possibly with more where waves are breaking with a little bit more cleaner faces. I don't know, Todd. It's an ever-changing.
Based on what we've seen, Pitsy, obviously, as you kind of started to touch on there, it's an ever-changing playing field. But based on the history of this event throughout this week, do you think they're sitting on the south side of the actual peak at this point?
At the moment, yes. And you're right, Todd. I think she needs to head north, and probably, as the tide drops out and the waves do get choppy, they've got to deal with that, because that's where the open face is. But I don't know. Let's have a look at red here.
Yep, she's super deep on this. One's able to get 2 maneuvers off, though, before it does shut down. So a good ride there for Hanako. And now Minori potentially will need more on the score line. She currently is looking for a 6.13, but we'll see. Did Hanako on that last wave better her 6.17?
I think she is. It's that surefire, quick maneuvers, no downtime, speed and flow. It's going to go very close to going into a top 2 there. And that was just one of those lucky things that came your way. If she came in and that was the wave that turned the heat for, she goes, I would have got lucky under the priority of blue, found a little wave, and it presented more opportunity that was expected when I actually took off on the wave. So that was a little surprise package in that wave there. It'll be interesting to see if that goes up into red's top 2.
Well, we got 12 minutes on the clock. Priority shifts to blue now. And I still think that these competitors are sitting a little bit south of where those sets, when they do come through, will break. But we'll see what happens here. You can see that blue is definitely keeping an eye on the horizon and looking a little bit towards that northerly direction. When that rip was going a few minutes ago, Pitsy, they paddled to get on the other side of it, and I think they're on the south side of the actual bank now. The bank a little bit to the left. You can see in the side of your screen there, a wave swinging to the north, and these competitors sitting south of it. So the good news is both competitors are on the same area, so it's not like one is sitting on that northern peak and getting something while the other sits south, although we see blue now starting to make a little bit of a break towards the north a little bit, and now pink doing the same, or sorry, red doing the same. Red's last score comes through at a 5.47, so it doesn't change that 6.17. Minori still looking for a 6.13. Surfer in blue sits in second, 11 minutes on the clock. This is the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. This is the final, and a QS 3000. Here we go. Blue going to use that priority. Small wave caught behind it. Unfortunate there for her. Cashed in that priority, and it's not going to change the situation. She's going to still need a 6.13. She's going to paddle back out, but potentially with that wave, Pitsy, she can reposition herself and get back on that left side, the northern side of the bank, for those right-hand runners coming in when the sets come.
Yeah, we've spoken about coaches and the influence that they can have over their competitors when they're actually in the water. And there's not too much they can do, but one thing they can do, as we've seen a lot, is that they can stand at a higher point, and they can just hold up a red towel or a yellow towel, something that's easy for the competitor to spot, just so that they know where the spot in the lineup is, and to gauge themselves and line them up with their coach. Up and riding, surfer in red.
Yep, quick little wave here, snaps it tight right there in the pocket, almost catches the nose, but pulls it out. She's back out on the open face. She's going to get one more maneuver there, and as she goes to do that maneuver, back foot slips off. A mistake there for our surfer, current heat leader, leaving that door still open for Minori to take the win here in the final. Surfer in blue still requiring a 6.13, 9 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. And as I made mention, for the women, this being stop number 21 out of 39 events here in 2017. And a QS 3000, a lot of points on the line. And coming up, the women will go, well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Blue up and riding, nice front side turn, off the bottom, another nice hack. This is a good comeback way for the surfer in blue. And if she can just give it a little tap to finish, not much there, but still, I think things are starting to get more and more trickier out here. And the surfer in blue, she's got to be happy with that little opportunity that presented itself on that wave. I think it'll improve her 4.5, and it's slowly clawing her way back into this heat with 9 minutes on the clock. There has been a pretty quiet for the last 5 or 6 minutes, and this is the second heat of the double heat, which has been created within the 35 minutes of this final, and it looks like the surfer in blue is just starting to take a little bit of advantage of the second half here. And let's wait and see what that score is. I think it'll go higher than 4-5.
So I was mentioning to Pitsy, this being stop number 21. Coming up next, there's a 1,000 in South Africa, and then a big event, a QS 6,000 at the Los Cabos Open of Surf in June. It'll kick off on June 6th. So a lot of these ladies will go from this event down to that event in Mexico. And as you pointed out just a moment ago, a great wave starting to drop now and post for last up blue. It's a 6.83. She goes to first, Pitsy. Red drops to second, and now Kurakawa finds herself in a position she has not been in throughout this heat, in second place, requiring a 6.87. So you called it. Minori slowly but surely applying that pressure to get back into the position she wanted to be in this heat, and that was first, and now she is.
Yeah, well, of the two surfers, Minori-chan is the older and more experienced surfer. She's shown that maturity, and she slowly clawed her way back in. But one thing that she really has going for her is that silky, smooth bottom turn through the lip combination that she's carried throughout this whole event. She managed to apply that on that last wave, and that's where the score came from. She continued on with a bit of a speed, a couple of little taps to finish, and Minori-chan back up into first place. We knew it was going to be a tall order for Hinako-chan to knock off Minori Kawai, who's a very well-known, famous competitor here in Japan and very mature approach. But for the young surfer in red, she's put so far in this heat, put in an unbelievable performance, and in my opinion, I think she's lifted her level. And that's what these younger surfers have got to do in these big stage moments, because they don't get them too often. But if they can actually rise to the occasion, that's what champions are made of, and potentially we're looking at a future champion right here in Hanako Kurokawa.
A serious chop there on the face of the wave as that rip continues to push out through the lineup. Pitsy, as you were announcing right there, you said Minori-chan and Hanako-chan. Just to give a little insight, you being a bilingual and being able to speak Japanese, what does that mean? Why do you throw the chan on the back of the names here?
You throw a chan onto someone who's younger than you, and you throw a san onto someone who's older than you. So if you see someone and say it's a Suzuki-chan and he's older than you, he'll look at you and go...
It's kind of like saying uncle in Hawaii. If you say it to a guy younger than you, he's probably going to smack you.
Yeah, same thing.
See, you know, I actually just learned something right there, Pitsy, despite how many times I've been here. I always thought it was male and female was the difference there. So thanks for the insight as we see Red up and riding. She's currently in second. She was leading for the majority of this heat. Now sits in that second position looking for a 6.87. Hanako, and, 5 minutes on the clock. She's going to have to really maintain the busyness out there and try and get the score that she needs, with blue now having first priority, and that last wave's not going to do it for last of red.
Let me just clear something up for you, Todd. You were right in thinking that. Chan is used for women, and kun is what you say for men, as for the people who are younger than you. So it's Hinako-chan for a younger woman, or Hiroto-kun for someone who's younger than you. And if it's older than you, it's a san.
Okay, well, I know I'm an OG-san, and so are you.
Exactly right.
And that's Japanese for grandpa. 5 minutes on the clock. This is the finals at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. It's Super Sunday. It is at 9:30 a.m., and we have 5 minutes away from crowning a champion here at this QS 3000, and at the moment it is Minori Kawai in that first place position, a 6.83 and a 6.27. You can see her there on your screen, trying to find a wave out there that will better her low score of a 6.27. She has first priority, and Hanako Kurakawa in the red is in second. She's looking for a 6.87. The last wave is not going to do it, comes through to 1.9, and so Hanako will get back out into the lineup. We see blue here making a paddle from the north to the south, possibly to get over there next to red, knowing that the clock is winding down with 4 minutes 30 seconds to go. Maybe she is going over to try and sit on her competitor, knowing that Hanako can easily obtain a score of a 6.87.
Well, 4 minutes left. The two local girls so far have had a great seesaw battle going on here. Blue's managed to turn things around, and now she's going to try and shut this one out. Incredible thing, though, Todd, I just want to reflect on for this event. The left side of the competition, the hill. Now, we've talked about all the fans coming down and creating energy, the positive energy and the excitement from seeing the event go down and appreciate all the brilliant surfing. Now, the two finalists of the men and the two finalists of the women have been hanging out amongst that energy all week long. Now, is that the energy that's created these four finalists? You'll never know, but it's interesting that right there they're sitting in the hive of activity of this event as far as being out on the beach goes, and they're feeding off all that energy which has helped to keep them in this event. Now, surfer in blue just hand up wanting to know what time's going on, and we got a paddle battle on their hands. This is some aggressive stuff going on here now. They're getting closer and closer. It's getting to the pointy end, and blue wants to take the 3,000 points, and you can see that by the desperation by her sitting right on top of red. Now, we saw earlier in this competition how the surfer in red dodged a couple of bullets by getting priority and sitting on the seaward side of her competitor. The competitor got a couple of waves under her priority and almost buzzer beated her and flipped it around. But to her luck within that situation, the scores weren't enough. But now you can see blue, the seasoned competitor, the more mature of the two. She's on the beach side of her competitor with priority, and she's going to shut her down with 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely a bit of cat and mouse going on right here. And Minori, our current heat leader, holds that first priority, and she is not going to give an inch to Hanako. And right now this is playing into blue's lead, because she is definitely taking red to the south, away from the scoring potential there on that sandbank where we've seen all the scores come from throughout this event. And if they continue to head south, there will not be much scoring opportunity when a wave does come. So stay tuned with 2 minutes 15 seconds on the clock. Currently Minori definitely utilizing that priority to her advantage, trying to keep red from catching a wave. As we wind this heat down, Pitsy, it looks like we have a little bit of bump out the back. And red trying to break out into position, maybe to get her into a wave here, and that's not going to do it. She's also, at the same token, not only trying to catch a wave for herself, but trying to get blue to give up that priority. And blue at the moment is not buying what red is selling. She's being very patient, and if she sees a wave come through that she thinks does have scoring potential for red, look for blue to go ahead and drop in.
So if they are to paddle north, the only way for red to shake blue is if a left was to come through and she could grab onto it without blue being able to get onto that particular wave. If she's to paddle south, okay, we've seen majority of rights here today, then if luck's on her side, a wave will pop up, she can slip into it and blue not quite get into the wave. Is her only option to go south?
At this point, Pitsy, her only option is for the ocean to dial up two waves in a set. Try and get the first one, and then if blue goes ahead and drops in, then she will have first priority, our surfer being red, and she'll have an opportunity on the second wave. And at that point, she'd have to hope that blue does not better her low score of a 6.27 on the opening exchange. But right now, with 30 seconds on the clock, I don't even think she's going to have an opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's been a brilliant performance. When you look at the surfer in blue, she was way behind right up until the middle part of this final. She's clawed her way back. She's got priority, and now she's just going to close things down with a tactical game. As we expected, Minori-chan, the mature, experienced competitor from Japan, will we see her climb the rankings and possibly one day?
That's it, Pitsy.
Make it to the championship tour.
What a great run for both of these ladies, and getting the win, a huge win here at the QS 3000 The Beach, letting both of these ladies know they appreciate their efforts here in this big international field, and an all-Japanese final, and congratulations to Minori getting the win in that final there. Coming up next, Jessie Mendez in the final up against Cooper Chapman. We shift gears from the women's QS 3000 to the QS 6000. Stay tuned.
人生は どこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriano de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm de Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriano De Souza.
I am de Souza. Totally.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are underway with the men's final of the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro, World Surf League Qualifying Series 6,000 event. Jesse Mendez against Cooper Chapman. Now look at the media hype and huddle we got on the beach here for the Japanese girl, Minori Kawai, our women's final winner, the champion.
Yeah, congratulations to Minori Kawai, and it's great to see the Japanese media in and amongst it. It was a great final there by both Japanese ladies. Hanako Kurakawa led that heat for the majority of the time, but in the end, Minori getting the nod, and congratulations to her taking home 3,000 points towards qualification for next year's championship tour. She has also won $12,000 US, a big payday there for her, and second place taking home 2,250 points and $5,000 for her efforts. And we will have the award ceremony here after a bit, but we shift gears now. We go into the 35-minute final here of the Gotcha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open, powered by GoPro, with the World Surf League QS6000, Cooper Chapman in the red, up against Jesse Mendez in the blue. Cooper Chapman being the regular footer from Australia, up against Mendez from Brazil on the backhand, current #1 in the world on the qualifying series, and making it to his third consecutive final this year in 2017 already, and it's early in the year. There's 55 events throughout the entire year on the qualifying series, and this being stop number 27. So what a year that Mendez is having here in 2017.
It's incredible stuff for Jesse. Cooper Chapman, you know, he looks very focused, and let's hope for him. Maybe he can really kick off his major assault on the championship tour.
Well, here we go. Mendez is going to open things up, and that one's not going to do it, so priority will immediately shift. And now first priority sits with Chapman. We saw Chapman in the semifinals wait for quite a while before he got going. Mendez in that semifinal on the other side, he came out of the gates pretty quick and tried to apply the pressure to his competitor. So we'll see if that pays off. Unfortunately, that one wasn't like his semifinal where he was able to post a good score. That one comes through at a 0.5 for Mendez. So now Chapman out the back.
Yeah, as I said, if Chapman can convert this final, he could really kickstart his assault on his qualifying series rankings and keep the dream alive of one day becoming a championship tour surfer. Cooper Chapman's looked fantastic this week as far as his focus towards his event. He's managed to stay focused. He said he was feeling a little bit sick, but he's managed to keep quiet and calm and away from the hype once he leaves the beach. While he's been in the beach, he's been sitting amongst the energy with all the locals, and it's paid off. He's in the final. Mendez taking a look, no ride.
We also heard from Cooper Chapman say that he's been staying the last few nights by himself. He initially was traveling over here with Soli Bailey. Solely after he lost out in this event, he headed out. And we know the importance, Pitsy, you know, you being a former competitor, of surrounding yourself with positive energy, people that are also optimistic about the conditions. And if you're not going to have someone that's positive in your court, there's no better self to be with than yourself. And so maybe that's paid off too for Cooper Chapman, staying on his own the last few nights, just really allowing himself to focus and you know, really reflect on what's gotten him to this final. And here he is now, Cooper Chapman up against Mendez.
Yeah, no, it's you know, it's been a fantastic performance for him. It's been a flawless performance for Jesse Mendez, and how Cooper Chapman is actually going to beat Jesse Mendez in this heat, I have no idea. But stranger things have happened, and that's why surfing is so exciting, because we never know what's going to happen. There's 30 minutes left, and the possibility of 2 heats surfed within one. It's going to be a seesaw event going right down to the wire, and I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I think as we touched on, something to keep an eye on here. Obviously, these two are the best that have been in this event, making it to the finals. Mendez here on the backhand, he's really able to get straight up into the lip like you saw there, go right back into it again. He's been leaning on his backhand attack throughout this event. Chapman in these smaller waves, he's been able to go above the lip on these right-hand waves, and he's also been able to generate more speed on the forehand. So as the tide drops out, not sure how it's going to affect the conditions here and who it's going to play into, but just something to keep an eye on there versus the goofy and regular approach here in the final.
Yeah, I've called Jesse the Harry Houdini of surfing in this event, but Cooper Chapman, when you look back on his quarter, back on his semi, he's the comeback kid because he started off slow and he's pegged his competitors down and come through with a win. So let's see what happens, because Mendez has taken up this quick start approach, and Chapman parking up, looking for a quality wave.
Yeah, and that semifinal, you mentioned semifinal number 1, Cooper Chapman against Flavio Nakajima. Nakajima came out of the gates with a 7.67, and Cooper Chapman for the almost halfway through that heat was playing catch up, and then in the end he was able to post a 7.93 and an 8.93. So Chapman, that's how he found himself here into the final. Mendez, his backhand attack was too much for Oni Anwar in semifinal number 2, an 8.33 and a 7.33. And that's how he was able to make it through those semifinals. So this is it. It's all on the line here. 6,000 points, $25,000 for first place. We've got 28 minutes remaining. And last up, Mendez came through at a 4.33. So he's been busy, but it's still a slow start for Mendez. And Chapman, just like we've reflected on, he's been very patient throughout this event, and he has not changed things here as he kicks off the final heat without catching a wave yet. Better looking wave here, though, for Mendez. Look at this. Nice opening maneuver. Straight up into that next section, snaps it back again, and there you go, your first excellent score of the final.
Unbelievable stuff. It was only a matter of time before Mendez found that wave. He knew that it was there. He knew that whatever waves come through, he's got confidence in his ability. He knows he can execute the big scores, and bang, he's just done that. Jesse Mendez, oh my God, he's going to go out to a big lead, and trying to peg this guy back is a tall order, as we saw in that last semi-final for Oni Anwar. So now Cooper Chapman, a little daunting situation looming on him right now. Bang, up into the lip, off the bottom again, whack, up into the lip again. Hits that little foam, and bang, off the rebound at the finish of that wave. 4 solid backside seamless surfing maneuvers from Jesse Mendez.
What's his nickname?
He is the Harry Houdini of surfing.
Well, I'm going to call Chapman the Iceman because he's got ice in his veins. He has no nerves, and I think he will respond right here. But when we hear this score drop for last up blue, I know the crowd will get excited, but Chapman, he's got his own music playing between his ears, and it's called mellow music. He's just cruising right now, and he will post a score and get right back in at last of Mendez. We knew it was going in the excellent range, and it sure enough did, a 9.33. He's back up and riding already again. But wow, a 9.33, that's how you kick things off here in a final.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Todd Klein. Well, he didn't actually kick it off. He's worked very hard to get to this point.
But he's just kicked it off.
Yes, dead right. Yes, no, but...
he was running around in the field, but now he's finally got the ball in his hands.
Okay. I like it, Todd Klein. And it's really entertaining stuff. And I must just say that working here with Todd Klein all this week has been so entertaining, and it's been absolutely enjoyable stuff. And to see the surfing that we've had presented for us by all these surfers has been such a pleasure to watch. And, you know, it's got to be one of the most enjoyable jobs in the world to sit here and call an event like this. To have that opportunity, I'll say thank you very much to everyone involved and to Todd Klein.
Yeah, I agree. Arigato gozaimasu. Better pronunciation here. Arigato gozaimasu. And, yeah, it's been awesome. We still got 26 minutes to go here, but Matthew Pitts calling heats with you. It's been long days. We had a couple days with 24 heats. I think we got all of about 3 heats off total, and but it's been fun. You know, as you say, time flies when you're having fun, and we are already into the finals here. We're about to wrap things up here in 2017 at the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro, and it's been awesome to see that the international field, especially the women in that last final for the ladies, being both from Japan. And here we go, Jesse Mendez up once again. He just posted a 9.33. He got a quick score of a 1.6 after the 9-3-3, and that's going to be another one there that won't go into a score line.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Cooper Chapman. He's the Iceman, and the water is chilly. If anyone can do it, it'll be this guy right here on your screen, Cooper Chapman from Narrabeen.
Well, you can see there, he's just, he's not freaking out. He's not paddling up and down the beach. I believe, between his ears, he's confident right now that, you know what, I'm going to scratch my way back into this. What he's got going for him right now, Cooper Chapman, is that, yeah, we know Mendez has that huge score of a 9.33, but his backup at the moment is only a 4.33, and I think that's why you're still continuing to see Mendez stay busy, trying to find a backup wave there that will even apply more pressure to Cooper Chapman. Let's have a look here. It's been 10 minutes, and that's about what we've seen from Cooper Chapman. He usually waits about 10 minutes before he starts. For that matter, he could go to the store and then show up about right now, and he's been winning heats in the back end of these heats. But will it happen here in the final? He has not come up against someone like Mendez, who came out of the gates dropping a 9.33. So this will no doubt be his biggest task yet, and if he could do it here, it would be a very, very big result for him, and the odds are against him at the moment, Pitsy.
The odds are against him, but one thing in his favour is, here he goes, up and riding, Cooper Chapman in red.
Well, he's got some speed, he's got some momentum. Nice hit. Look for an air right here. There it is, blows the fins out, spins it around, and snaps it back again. The Iceman.
You called it, Todd Klein, and the thing I was about to say is, Cooper Chapman, there's no way he was going to paddle out in this final and not expect to need nines.
The Iceman.
The Iceman. Well, Harry Houdini's going to be starting to unlock those chains. He's starting to pull off the straitjacket. No, he doesn't need to at the moment, but the Iceman, here he comes.
Yeah, look at the tempo he carried through those maneuvers. That wave was literally knee-high, and he blows the fins up and above the lip, spins it around. It's a transitional maneuver. He gets back out on the open face after the air reverse and hits it one more time. So after waiting for just over 10 minutes in time, we said he's done that throughout this event. This is when he'll start to catch a wave. He does. He responds. He's got a score on the board. He'll be out of that combination situation, and we've got a heat underway here for our final of the event.
I just want to say what incredible stuff from Todd Klein. How good is this kid? He said 10 minutes down, here's when he's about to get started. And boom, sure enough, here came the wave. He got started in a big way.
It's called luck. That's how I catch fish too. I'm lucky.
Good on you, Todd. I know, you give it a little jig before those things bite. Here we go.
Scores starting to drop for Last of Red. And stand by for those scores. We're going to catch up with the winner of our final from the QS3000, Hanako Kurakawa. Sorry, Minori Kawai.
Thank you for watching World Surf League QS3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Standing next to me, the winner of the contest, Minori Kawai. Big, big congratulations to you, Minori-chan. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Don't cry, 泣かないで。わ、じゃあちょっとヒートの方を振り返っていこうか。タフでしたね。やはり同じ日本人選手ともに戦ってきた仲間と一緒に最後戦うというのは本当にメンタルのところでも鍛え上げられたと思うんですが、いかがでしたか？
はい、やっぱりすごい波も小さくなってて、それに黒川ひな子ちゃんは私が小さい頃からずっと四国で一緒にサーフィンしてくれてたお姉さんでもありライバルでもあるんですけど、そのひな子ちゃんとファイナルで当たれたことは本当に嬉しいですし、すごい楽しい試合でした。
2人とも今回のヒートで30秒前に逆転して勝ってきたというドラマを作ってきただけに、自分たちのこの試合でも万が一そうなってしまうのじゃないかというようなちょっと不安やプレッシャーもあったかと思うんですけども、パドルバトル長かったですね。
もうすごい最初になかなか決めれなくてすごい焦ってて、で後から自分も決めれて、でその後すごいパドルバトルは疲れましたね。
でもね、6点台をきっちり出してリードをずっと守っていました。でもあとは勝つことしか思ってなかったと思うんですけれども、自分を支え続けてくれたものとは何でしたか？
やっぱり一番の支えになったのはお父さんとお母さんですし、それにいつもサポートしてくださっているスポンサー様、それと友達やファンの人はもちろんなんですけど、本当に今回の試合でコーチをしてくれた伊月さんには本当に感謝しています。本当に自分がまさかこんな 大きな舞台のトップに立てると思ってなかったので本当に嬉しいです。本当にありがとうございました。
さあこのストリーミングは世界中のサーファーたちが見ています。日本の女子のサーファーの強さを見せてくれました。自分自身への大きな自信にもつながったと思うんですけれども、次への目標、夢を教えてください。
はい、本当こんな大きな試合で優勝できて、もうすごいいいスタートを切れたなと思っているので、もう自分にも自信を持ってこれからも海外の試合に出ていい成績残せるように頑張るので、これからも応援よろしくお願いします。
本当におめでとうございました。次は表彰台でお会いしたいと思います。 WSL QS3000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro 優勝者は河合みのり選手でした。おめでとうございました。 Back to you.
So Mendez just getting another one there on the backhand to back up that 9.33 as our current heat leader, looking to better his low score of a 4.33. And congratulations once again to our winner in that final, Minori Kawai over Hanako Kurakawa. Two Japanese surfers in the finals, and obviously feeling some emotion there in that post-heat interview after that final. Minori Kawai with a big win and scores in for first up Cooper Chapman, a 6.17, our surfer in red. He waited a little over 10 minutes to catch that wave, and he's on the board. He was in a combination situation. He now requires a 7.50. 19 minutes on the clock, and Mendez looking to better that low score of a 4.33, and it looks like he is probably going to do so. Priority now resides with our surfer, who is in second place. Cooper Chapman with that first priority, looking for a score of a 7.5, but stand by for last of Mendez.
So Todd, at the 18-minute mark, Jesse Mendez with a 9.33, a 6.83 now getting posted for the surfer in blue, strengthening his position in the lead of this heat. Cooper Chapman sitting on that 6.17.
Yeah, Pitsy, so yeah, that score has just posted for that wave we just saw a moment ago while we were wrapping up that post-heat interview with our finalists and our winner, Minori Kawai. Jesse Mendez builds on that lead, a 6.83, betters the score that was in his scoreline of a 4.33, and now a tall task for Cooper Chapman. He found himself after getting that 6.17 out of the combination situation, but now he's borderline to getting back there again. He needs a 9.99.
Well, yeah, basically he needs two waves. He needs another heat. He's got plenty of time. It's 80 minutes on the clock, so now he's got to stare down the barrel of surfing his second heat within this 35-minute final, and he's going to have to win this one. But out the back, Jesse Mendez, the scale has been set at 16.16 as far as the heat total goes, and it's up to Cooper Chapman to come up with the answers.
So 17 minutes remaining here on finals day. We have already wrapped things up in the QS3000 with the women all Japanese final. Minori Kawai getting the win, Hanako Kurakawa in second. Local time here in Japan, coming up on 10 a.m. here on a Sunday, and you can see a lot of fans coming down here to support the women in that last heat as well as watch the men. You can see there on the right side of the screen, just in front of those cars, that's the hill that you've heard Matthew Pitts reference. A lot of the locals, that's where they take their seats there, and can really get a bird's eye view on the sets out above the surfers who are currently at that waters line as they sit on their surfboards. And so a lot of the coaches have also been up on top of that hill motioning when those sets are going to be coming to the north or the south, and not sure if there's anybody up there helping either Cooper Chapman or Jesse Mendez in this heat. I think for the most part these guys are doing it on their own. I haven't seen anyone in their corners outside of friends who are supporting them, and nonetheless Jesse Mendez having a fantastic start to the year here in 2017, currently number one on the World Qualifying Series. Here we go, Mendez looking to better a 6.83. He's got a section there he's going to go around. Doesn't like what he sees in front of it. He'll kick out. So just a quick up and down there. Priority still resides with our surfer in red, Cooper Chapman. And that score of a 6.17, had it been just a little bit more, Cooper would still be looking for a single score. But right now a 9.99. We haven't seen a score of that magnitude in this event. We've got a 9.57 for Adriana de Souza earlier in this event, and Griffin Colapinto. Those are the highest single wave scores of this event. So if he was able to do it, it would be the best score we've seen so far in this event.
Well, if he could top it with a 10, he'd get $5,000 also, because there's $5,000 up for grabs for any surfer who can throw down a 10 in this event. It hasn't been done so far, so Cooper Chapman, another incentive to bust a 10 in the dying stages of this final. And if he was to do so, he would move up into first, and it would be a double whammy. Something I picked up in that interview from Minori-chan was that the two girls are both from Shikoku, which is southern island Japan. The waves down there are very consistent, and there's some great quality waves. So both of them have got a lot of experience in surfing small, lumpy, bumpy beach breaks like this at a place called Ikumi, and then some beautiful barreling rights at the river mouths that are down there in Shikoku. So, and there's also a lady I mentioned earlier on in the event about this lady called Kitagawa Narumi, Ami-chan. Now, she has been a real positive coach for a lot of the young surfers here in Japan. I don't know how much she's had to do with these two girls, because they all live in that same area of Shikoku, but Kitagawa Narumi, she has surfed down there at Shikoku all her life, and no matter what happens, the way that she used to be a top pro and her approach to helping the kids, it's got to have influenced everyone, and you can see a great result, two girls from Shikoku in that final. So here's Cooper Chapman up and riding off the bottom, bang into the air, reverse, lands it, and not enough finish on that one. But Cooper Chapman staying positive, going to his trump card, as Todd said, that is going to be necessary if he is to win this final, and that's that point of difference of being going to the air on his front side.
Yeah, you could see him right out of the gates. That was a fast runner, and he was trying to throw as quick of a high line as he could to get some speed generated down the line. He almost caught an edge right there out of the gate, but he was able to get up into the lip, get above it, out into the flats. Nice forehand air reverse. It looked like he was almost going to transition into get onto the open face and get one more off the top, but nonetheless making the most of that closeout section there was Cooper Chapman, and he's looking to better that situation right now. He's got a 6.17. We know it's not going to be a 9.99, but was it better than his current scoreline, which has a 6.17 in it?
Let me see now, 6.17. I'm just trying to reflect back on his first wave score. I've forgotten what it was, but yeah, let's wait and see what the judges have got to say about that one, because they've got the TV up there so they can compare the two scores, and indications is it was better than the first wave.
Well, there it is. So it betters his situation just a little bit. He was leaning on a 6.17. Now he's got a 6.93, so he's looking for a 9.24. He does not need that 9.99 anymore. It's now reduced just to a 9.24. I say just. It's still a tall task out here in these conditions, but it is obtainable. Like I mentioned, we've got a couple of 9.5s. We've got a 9.5 for Hiroto Ohara. Kanoe Igarashi both had 9.5s. Griffin Colapinto and De Souza with 9.57. So it has been possible out here in the past. Conditions a little bit different, though, here in this final. With 12 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, Cooper Chapman still has a shot in this one.
Yeah, it's never over till it's over. You never count the Iceman out, but with a 9.24, it's a tall order, but with 13 minutes, 12 and a half minutes on the clock, two more waves is a very doable prospect in this heat. Cooper Chapman, he's been brilliant throughout this whole event. He has made comebacks through his last two heats, and there's no reason why this should be any different. Well, there is one reason, and that's the surfer in blue, Jesse Mendez, because Cooper, up into this stage of the event, hasn't come across Jesse Mendez. And Jesse Mendez is your qualifying series current leader. This is his third final in a row as far as qualifying series events go this year. So this kid has got it all going for him at the moment. So Jesse Mendez, incredible competitor, incredible surfer. He has the whole package happening here, and he has played it out right through this week of surfing here in Shida Beach in Ichinomiya, Chiba, Japan. And it looks at this stage like he's going to carry it right through to the final win here. But let's see what happens, because we have got a set hitting the lineup right now, Todd Klein.
Yeah, and on the flip side here, we've got Jesse Mendez now having a look at this one. Quick snap off the top, setting up this inside section. Another nice turn in the pocket, and again, the way that he is able to transition through those maneuvers on the backhand is pretty amazing, especially in these smaller conditions. He's looking to better a 6.83 Pitsy, and you mentioned Mendez being number one in the world on the qualification series. I've found out now that Cooper Chapman came into this event coming into this event ranked 59th on the qualifying series, and he is definitely going to climb a few floors in that QS building because he's going to have, regardless of a first or second, a massive result here at this QS 6000. And as I mentioned, we got a long ways to go here. This being stop number 27 of 55. This was last up blue.
Unbelievable surfing from Mendez. Once again on his backhand, just flawless backside maneuvers. And this wave score is probably going to rival his current 9.33. I could not flaw anything in that performance. The wave was good, the face was clean, the surfing was seamless. But look out the back, look at this thing. Here is Cooper Chapman's chance. It's a bigger wave, and hopefully it'll clean up on the face through the inside here. Off the bottom, calf snaps, drifts the tail, another nice snap, through to the inside. Can he get a little bit more speed to finish strong? Here he goes, whack, a little foam throw. Cooper Chapman milked that thing for every possible scoring potential that wave had. A brilliant performance. We've got an incredible final going on with these two surfers. Jesse Mendez about to post another good score with his unbelievable flawless backside approach. We've got Cooper Chapman on the front completely sliding the tail. Unbelievable surfing here in the final, and it's all on here for the final of this World Qualifying Series 6000 event for the men. This is the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro.
So let's have a look last here of Chapman. Beautiful tail drift to open things up, straight back into the lip. And look at this section here coming at him. He can see it. And a nice gaff there to finish things up there. So multiple maneuvers there for Chapman. Looking for a 9.24. And good surfing there for Chapman. 9 minutes on the clock. And he's looking at that one again. So blue with priority. Mendez's last wave comes through to 6.77. Doesn't change things for him. So Chapman's still looking for that 9.24.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Jesse Mendez's last wave. I thought it was probably going to go high into his top two and even rival that 9.33. I couldn't fault it. Unbelievable stuff. But here we go. More sets coming in. It's on Todd Klein. We've got 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in this final. It is not over. We don't know who will end up on top. Paddling, taking a look. Surfer in Cooper Chapman, the Iceman.
He was actually having a look there at that left-hander. Going to go to the backhand. And he realizes it doesn't have the scoring potential on it, so he kicks out. Scores dropping for the wave prior for Chapman. It does not, at the moment, look like it will go into his score line. So standing by, though, for a couple more scores to drop. It's going to be real close. There it is. It does. It goes into his score line. It's a 7.13. So slowly but surely he is clawing back. He now requires a 9.04. 2 exchanges ago, he needed a 9.99. Now it's a 9.04. So a little bit better situation. Still a massive score needed for our surfer in red, but a lot of time on the clock. 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, incredible focus from Cooper Chapman. He's pulled this off all week long where he's been behind in the heats, and he's managed to slowly claw his way back into the heat. Now we saw that happen in the women's final where red came out the guns a-blazing and blue managed to claw her way back into the final and then take the win at the end. In this heat we saw Jesse come out, guns a-blazing, shooting off the hip, and he got scores clocked up very, very quickly. Bang, he threw down a 9.33 and then he decided, whoa, okay, I can settle down now and really focus on the second half of this heat.
Pitts, you ever been skydiving? Because I'm getting that feeling right now.
Yeah, what an incredible view.
Have you ever done it?
I have.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yes, I have skydived, and I'm going to have to take the young fella for a skydive in about 1 month from now again over the Gold Coast. But look at this sandbank that we can see that they dropped on us. Incredible shots.
Yeah, right there in the bottom left corner of your screen, you can see that sandbank there as we draw out on the low tide. And the surfer's directly out in front of that there. That's where all of the rights have been coming from. You can see him sitting out on the end of that. You can also see that rip at the tip of it. And that's also what's helped. You can see at the bottom of your screen a big deep spot. And on occasion we've seen some lefts on the higher tide running into that deep spot off of that sandbank. And while we won't see any deep spots now, we're pushing on the low tide all the way until noon. And this is the finals right now for the men, the QS 6000. Jesse Mendez in first, Cooper Chapman in second. Cooper looking for that 9.04. 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. And no matter where you go in the world, there is always a ton of support for the Brazilians. And we've got a Brazilian in the final, and Jesse Mendez, and one of your boys down there in costume.
Yeah, he's got his fans down there for sure. As you said, Todd, all around the world. But Cooper Chapman being the little Aussie battler in this one, the Iceman, he's got plenty of fans out there. All the boys down at Narrabeen, and what a brilliant way to represent your country in the final of a qualifying series. 6,000 event on this incredible World Surfing League stage that we have here. And currently we're in Japan at Shida Beach, Ichinomiya. And we've got very tricky conditions, which makes for awesome a tactical game. And it keeps everyone on the edge of the seats because the waves coming through, there's no-brainers. So you sit there going, geez, fingers crossed, legs crossed, everything, hoping that a wave will come to whoever you're going for in the final.
So a couple days ago, we had rain upon us. It was chilly. It was cool. We still had quite a few fans out. At the beginning of this event, we had a high pressure over us, not a cloud in the sky, southerly breezes, and it was the middle of the week. So again, for a middle of the week competition, I was surprised to see the crowds. But here on a Sunday, Super Sunday, finals day, we've been greeted with sunny skies and a solid crowd. Here we go. Red, currently in second, looking for that 9.04. He knew that was not going to give him the opportunity, so he kicks out of it quickly. He will try and get a wave under the priority of his competitor out there. First priority resides with Jesse Mendez. Time winding down in this one, Pitsy. Mendez came out of the gates posting that 9.33 for a phenomenal approach on the backhand, and he's backed it up with a 6.83, and he's held that lead for the entire heat. Cooper Chapman, remember, let's reflect, he waited 11 minutes to catch his first wave, and then he did get a good score on the board, but since then he hasn't been able to catch up with what's been on offer out there. Mendez still holds it down. Needing a 9.04 is Chapman. He's going to have another look at this one, Pitsy. Little right-hand runner, clean on the face. Look for the forehand air. You can see him getting ready for it. Blows it up, gets it up and over the lip, and it's going to be, once again, a one-maneuver wave. And I wonder, and I'll throw the question to you, Pitsy, as we got this to this point in the heat, the tide has really run out. 3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Do you think we'll see a wave that will give him the potential to score a 9.04?
For Cooper Chapman, I mean, if you're a betting man, you'd say no. Here he is up and riding. Look at this. It's like a little runner at snapper on the lower tide there. But I just want to know, I'm just going to throw out there, and has the air reverse been the poison apple for the front side surfers today? Because there's lure there to go for it, but the scores have been obviously scored by a combination of front side and backside snaps. They needed 2 or 3 to go into that excellent range. We've seen Mendez go to the backhand snaps. We saw Cooper Chapman buzzer beater in the semi-final this morning with that front side snap combination to get his biggest score and move through to the final.
Yeah, I don't think it's the poison apple. I mean, if you look at this wave, there was no other opportunity there. He saw that he could have done, 2 half turns and then been done with it, or he could have gone big and gone for the biggest air that he could. That's exactly what he did. He pulled it off, but the wave just didn't give him any more. There was no more on offer in that wave. So I think he's doing all that he can at this point. He has to go above the lip on a situation like that. But with 2 minutes 40 seconds on the clock, should a wave come through like we saw Mendez get at the beginning of the heat, where he got the 9.33 and got 4 maneuvers vertically on his backhand, I guarantee you'll see some rail action from Cooper Chapman, and then maybe finish with a maneuver like that, and then he will get that 9.04. But will he have that opportunity? That's the question.
Yeah, no, I think what you just described there, Todd, is spot on. He's going to need a combination of 2 snaps, air to finish, and that's the only way he's going to get a 9.04 if the ocean allows it.
2 minutes on the clock. Time is winding down here in this final here at the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Jesse Mendez has held this lead since the start, 9.33, 6.83, and the Iceman, Cooper Chapman, has fought his way back into it. He's not in the combination situation, so he does have a shot at a 9.04, and if he was able to post that score, the entire beach would go mad.
Yeah.
In a good way.
In a good way. Well, either way, the beach will go mad because everyone is absolutely stoked to have surfers of this caliber in their backyard to surf for them. We're hoping of many more events like this to come. The Olympics in 2020. So all you QS surfers out there, men and women, come over to Japan, enjoy the culture, enjoy the surfing, and get amongst the vibe here because it's incredible stuff. And speaking of positive vibes, these two have been sitting on the beach in the same spot together amongst the locals all week long. They're here in the final, and they continue to fly the positive vibe
flag.
That's the one, Todd Klein. Good on you. 1 minute to go. Mendez with priority and the lead.
1 minute to go, and our current number one in the world on the World Surf League qualifying series, Jesse Mendez, looks like he is definitely going to solidify that position and stay in first, and he is going to get some serious points towards qualification for next year's championship tour. After this heat, he will have 16,980, and he's replacing a 120 as far as points go and a 360. So Mendez right now looking pretty darn good to be on the championship tour in 2018. And speaking with Al Hunt from the World Surf League, the estimated cutoff this year to qualify will be about 18,000 points. So Mendez looking pretty darn good to have a go on 2018 tour. And he's going to use that priority. There he goes. This is it. Checkered flag. And if this was the Daytona 500, he's doing burnouts right now, and just the crowd is definitely stoked to see Mendez with his performance throughout this entire event. What a great result here for the Brazilian. And you can see there, I love the support from the Japanese fans.
Wow, incredible stuff, Todd Klein. Jesse Mendez taking out the 2017 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open, powered by GoPro. Unbelievable stuff. But hats off to Cooper Chapman, an incredible performance all week, hanging by himself, battling with a little bit of a cold, making it through the final, and not disappointing anybody here on the beach. Awesome stuff from Cooper Chapman, but here's your boy. Here's your champ, down with his fans. Hugs from all the boys, and Jesse Mendez has been absolutely flawless throughout this week. He's come in a little bit under the radar in the earlier rounds here. Incredible performance, but not the standouts. And then he's come through to the final and finished up on top. And there he is, riding high on the chariot, all the way back up to the podium. So
great sportsmanship there. You saw Cooper run over, give him a high five. And congratulations to Cooper Chapman. As I made mention, he was sitting in 59th place coming into this event, and now he is definitely going to climb way up the ladder on the qualifying series. Jesse Mendez is our 2017 Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro champion, and we will kick things off in just a minute with an expression session. It's been an awesome time calling the live action with you, Matthew Pitts, and we'll see you in just a few moments with the expression session and the awards ceremony. Stay with us.
Thank you, Todd Klein.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
No, I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
Okay, welcome back. You are watching the Gotcha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. We have just seen Jesse Mendez take out the final against Cooper Chapman. Waves were a little tricky, but the boys managing to get a 16.16 total to win for Jesse Mendez, and Cooper Chapman from Australia getting a 14.06 total. In the end, he was needing a 9.04, but unfortunately, he could not find the wave. But awesome result for both competitors. Jesse Mendez sitting in number one, and he will solidify that position even more after this result, being a 6,000. So during the year, we only have 6 of these events, 6 QS 6,000s, and I think there's 5 10,000s. So you can understand the importance of this event and having a good result under your belt. So we are going to go into an air show shortly. We have 16 competitors. We have Juji Mori from Japan, Hiroto Ohara from Japan. He's been a standout during this event. He was sitting number 4, so he will climb a little bit. I think he was all the way to the quarters in this event. We have Suzuki Moto, and we have Kodama Rio. We have David DiCamo, Heito Alves, Flavio Nakajima, Tiago Camararo. That is very tricky to say. We also have Sento Bronson. We have Wakata Taichi from Japan. Hiroto Arai, who is the Japanese surfer to advance the furthest in this event. Coming very close, but unfortunately our Indonesian surfer made it a little bit too difficult for him in the end. We also have Rio Inanabe from Japan, Kento Takahashi from Japan, Kato Ohashi from Japan, Patrick Gadauskas and Tanner Gadauskas from the USA, and we have Kanoa Igarashi, who is a very popular surfer here in Japan, being Japanese, born here, but now residing in the USA, a championship tour surfer. So we'll see one championship tour surfer in the 40-minute air show, which will be coming up shortly. Okay, so we're going to cut down to the winner of the 6,000, Jesse Mendez.
Broadcasting live from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winner of QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro, Jesse Mendez.
Yee! Thank you.
Now you're finally smiling from your heart, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. You know, sometimes you're holding, like you're waiting for the right moment, and you gotta let it out all in the final, and that's what I did. And once it finishes, it seems like a lot of weight comes out of your back, and you're like relaxed now. You know, you don't have to go and like do a routine, wake up tomorrow morning or anything. You're just relaxing, like enjoying your friends, and yeah, and having fun. Yeah.
Okay, let's look back the heat a bit. So you got 9.33 on your backside, 4 maneuvers under priority again.
Well, it's, you know, priority, there's the two sides of it. You know, I was very blessed to find that wave was the best wave of the heat by far. Like, not one wave was close like that one. And so thank God for that. He gave me that opportunity. But it's like back to the priority thing, it's kind of like there's the two sides of it. You get a little stuck in really peaky, and you sit in one place usually and stay there because you choose one place, and when you don't have priority, you keep searching, and in conditions like this, any little pocket could turn into a good wave. So sometimes it's good to have priority, sometimes it's not. And Cooper actually tricked me a little bit starting the heat over there because I saw some waves there, but I was like, no, I'm going to stick to my game. And I prayed, and God led me there, and then I stayed there. I got a few waves that weren't good, but I knew like I should have stayed there, and then that set came, it was perfect, like a little bit bigger than all the waves that came on the whole heat, and yeah, stoked.
And for looking back the contest, you almost scored every time 9-point scores, and that kept you the really, really deep concentration. You had a really deep concentration, didn't it?
Yeah. I try. It's hard, you know, to keep the concentrating the whole event. It's like it takes a lot in your head, but so I try to relax and, you know, pay attention and focus like right before my heat and try and turn on, you know, have like a switch on and off so you don't get too like freaked out. And it's been working for me, and yeah, I'm stoked.
Okay, looking back the year 2017, just 6 months had passed, but you were in finals 3 times and you won the contest and you got another contest. What are you going to do for the rest of this year?
Well, I want to keep doing the same, and like it's not over yet. If I don't make more heats, I don't qualify still. So heads down and into the next one, training hard. There's one in a month from now, and yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm focused in Bolito now.
All right, you want to say big hi's to your fans out there?
Yeah. Valeu, galera, todo mundo do Brás aí que tá torcendo. Sei nem que horas deve ser lá, deve ser bem tarde da noite, na verdade. Agradecer a todo mundo, minha família, todo mundo que faz parte do time, o suporte. Agradecer a Deus também por ter me mandado as boas ondas e me deixado tranquilo. E foi uma final irada e amarradão de levar mais uma pro Brasil. Yee!
All right, I'll see you at the award ceremony. Congratulations to Jesse Mendes for winning of QS 6000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. All right.
Thank you. Yee!
Thank you, Now-chan, and congratulations to Jesse Mendez. That wraps up our event. And once again, Minori-chan, congratulations to you taking out the women's event. Jesse Mendez taking out the men's. That wraps up our finals. If you want to cross back to the prize giving, that'll be on the screen later on. Keep an eye on your screen. We're going to go back to some highlights of this week. We're then going to span wide on the screen. And if you want to stay tuned, keep your computers on because you'll see Jesse Mendez receiving that trophy and holding it high. So thank you very much here from the Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open powered by GoPro. And we're off to an ad now.
人生はどこへ行くかではない。どう楽しむかだ。ジープ。
I'm Adriana de Souza.
I'm De Souza, bro. I'm De Souza.
I'm De Souza.
Are you kidding me? I am Adriana De Souza.
I am De Souza. Totally.
This.
33 minutes remaining.
This.
So we
This.
almost have the same amount of time
This.
as we did in our final.
This.
チャ一宮千葉オープン。ビーチメトロで今、チャンネルアイランドサーフモードジャパンの方で、サイン会の方を行っております。あと10分ほどでそのサイン会の方も終了となるようです。そしてそのベジイベントの方が終わりますと、表彰式がスタートできるようになります。この後約10分と15分後ぐらいで、表彰式の方が始まるので、皆さんメインステージの方にお集まりください。皆様、まもなく1分後、11時40分から表彰式の方が始まります。メインステージの方にお集まりください。今日会場にお越しの皆様、この後もうまもなくすぐに表彰式が始まりますので、メインステージの方にお集まりください。
1分でいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあ
渡して。
私これでいいんじゃ渡して。すぐ着くんだったら2本用意してもらえる。
町長いるの？もう。
ちょっと来てる。
町長来てる。一宮町長馬淵正也様。
チェックチェック。
私これ
じゃあ俺マイク渡す。
町長に
もう一本のあれついてなくていい。
ついてた方がいいけど。
大至急
あれば。もう一個あります？これカバー。どっちがいい？ちょっと怖い。ない。一緒には立ってる。じゃあ日本ちゃん持ってください。いいですか？じゃあこれ一本でやるの？渡して。どっちがいい？
まあいいよ。
じゃあいい
じゃあこれで渡そうか。
これあった方がいい。
私がビッて下がればあそこに立っちゃう。
あった方がいい。
あそこに立っちゃう。私どこに立つの？真ん中？でもやっぱマイク渡してもらおうか。こっち
じゃあこれいいですか？じゃあ。オッケーオッケーオッケー。はい、じゃあ行きますよ。はい、じゃあお願いします。
それではただいまより QS6000、QS3000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro の表彰式を始めたいと思います。Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting. We are going to have an award ceremony for QS6000 and QS3000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro。まずは開会にあたりまして一宮町長馬淵正也様よりご挨拶をいただきたいと思います。町長どうぞご登壇ください。よろしくお願いします。
皆様こんにちは。素晴らしい天気ですね。今回の QS6000、この大会本当に素晴らしい成功になって私心より、お祝いを申し上げたいと思います。皆様本当におめでとうございます。またお集まりの皆様にもいろいろ支えていただいて本当にありがとうございます。心から御礼を申し上げます。ありがとうございます。昨年もここに来られた方いらっしゃいます？昨年はね、こんなに大勢の方いらっしゃらなかったんですよ。こんなにもう盛り上がってなかった。ご存知だと思います。オリンピックが昨年のですね、冬に、この2020年、2020年にですね、この釣ヶ崎で、サーフィン競技を行いますよということで正式に決まりました。去年はですねそのためのなんて言うんでしょうか、盛り上げということだったんですけど、今回はオリンピックはここで行いますよということが決まった後でのこの QS6000 ということでありました。おかげさまで、もう世界トップレベルの皆様、日本の方もね、もちろん大勢加わっていただいて、世界トップレベルの皆様お集まりいただいてのハイグレードの本当にトーナメントだったと思います。そしてまたこれだけ多くの方がお越しいただいて、あいにくね天気は月曜日と水曜日良くなかったんですよね。波がなかったりですね、あるいは霧が出たりでうまくいかなかったんですけど、この昨日今日のこのラストデイズがですね本当にブリリアントでありました。この喜び、これはですね2020年のオリンピックに向けて来年も再来年もこの大体同じグレードあるいはそれ上のグレードのトーナメントをこちらで行うことになると思いますけれども、オリンピックに向けてホップステップジャンプということでこの盛り上がりを皆さんとご一緒に、続けていきたいと思います。そしてね、また私一宮の町長として大変嬉しいのは女性のですねトーナメントの部でお二人の日本人の方がファーストとセカンドのウィナーになられた。しかもね、トップの方は一宮在住の方であります。本当に素晴らしい。間違えちゃいけないから、みのりさんはお名前は河合みのりさんですよね。河合みのりさんですね。素晴らしいですね。本当に I am very proud to be the owner of the town where the winner of the female tournament lives。ね、本当にそう思います。それじゃあ、最後に英語で、こちらにお越しになってらっしゃる外国の方に、御礼を申し上げて、私のご挨拶させていただきますね。Surfers from all around the world, thank you for coming here to join us to participate in the QS 6000 tournament. I've heard that the weather was not idealistic on some days, especially the first day and the third day. But yesterday and today, the weather is very nice. And I believe that all surfers taking part in the tournament succeeded in showing your best performance to the gallery. And next year, we will have the same grade or the higher grade tournament once again here. Please, everyone taking part in this tournament, please come here once again and show your best performance once again to us. Thank you.
一宮町長、馬淵正也様、ありがとうございました。
オリンピックに向けて頑張っていきましょう。
A great message from the mayor of Ichinomiya City, Mr. Mabuchi. Thank you so much. それではまた後ほどプレゼンターテーターとしてよろしくお願いいたします。さあ続きまして、先ほど盛り上がりました皆さんもご覧いただいたのではないでしょうか、スーパーセッションの表彰に移りたいと思います。試合を終えた選手たちがね、肩の力を抜いて思いっきり大技に挑んでいた姿を間近で見た方も多いのではないでしょうか。その表彰式に移りたいと思います。株式会社インバランス代表取締役小暮学様より一言いただきたいと思います。小暮様、どうぞご登壇ください。
すみません。ちょっと汗ばんでます。大丈夫です。インバランスの小暮でございます。本日は非常にお日柄もよく、なかなか10ポイントショーということで、10ポイント出なかったんですが、最後いいイベントで、さらに勝者がこれから発表されるということで非常に楽しみにしております。本日はありがとうございました。
はい、それでは、そちらの看板にもありますね。本当は本来のところパーフェクト10で試合中出した方に贈られる賞金50万円、残念ながら今大会ではハイエストが確か 9.57 だったと思うんですけれども、パーフェクト10が出ませんでしたので、このスーパーセッションの1位の方に50万円贈られるということに変更になりました。あれ、所長は1位ご存知で？では私から発表させていただきましょう。スーパーセッション第1位 The Super Session winner goes to カノア・イガラシ。マイクちょうだい。さあ、たくさんのカメラマンがいます。じゃあ、カノア君に一言、今回のスーパーセッションの気持ちをお伺いしたいと思いますが、本戦のヒートを終えてからのこのスーパーセッションというちょっとファンタイムのように思えたんですけれども、なんせ賞金は50万円、どういった気持ちで臨みましたか？
そうでも今日ファイナルデーだったので、みんなねファイナルまで行って本当はファイナルで勝ちたかったんだけど、それでもちょっとみんなを見て。スーパーセッションがあるって聞いたので、やっぱりエアとかちょっとやって遊びたいなと思ったので、波もちっちゃかったけど面白かったから、本当に勝って面白かったです。
はい。さあ、よかったらじゃあこのライブストリーミングは世界中にも届けられています。Can you give out a message to all the fans watching the video?
Yeah, it's nice to be on the podium on the final day, but it's not the reason that I want to be here for. But yeah, I'm really happy to win $5,000 and have a 45-minute session. And yeah, I think I'm going. Now I'm going to Fiji, so I can't wait to head over there and surf some barrels.
さあ、スーパーセッションの第1位は五十嵐カノア選手でした。おめでとうございます。
あとみんな今週来てくれて本当にありがとうございます。また次のフィジーの大会も頑張るので、みんな応援よろしくお願いします。
五十嵐カノア選手、スーパーセッション賞第1位50万円獲得ということでおめでとうございました。さあ、続いてスペシャルアワードの表彰に移りたいと思います。このアワードはワールドサーフリーグジャパン代表、近江俊也様よりご登壇ください。そしてご説明、プレゼントの方お願いいたします。
こんにちは。です。素晴らしい天候に恵まれて、 波も、1週間続きました。そして最高の世界最高峰のサーフィンですね、QS ナンバーワンレベルの人たちが集まって素晴らしいパフォーマンスを見せて、そしてこれだけの大勢の方たちがですねこの一宮に、来ていただき、生のプロのサーフィンを見ていただき、誠に感謝しております。この素晴らしい大会を行うためにですね、今回、一宮町、そして千葉県、そしてこの大会を仕切った、オキシアカンパニー、皆さんにちょっと、感謝の気持ちを込めまして、トロフィーをちょっと差し上げたいと思いますので、一宮町の山口さん、こちらにいらしていただけますか。よろしくお願いします。山口さん、お願いします。すいません、突然のお呼び出しで、今年もありがとうございます。そして山口さん代表して千葉県の方もお願いいたします。2つ、はい、ありがとうございます。そしてこの大会すべてを仕切っていただいた、オキシアの青木さん、ちょっとスタッフですけど感謝です。ありがとうございます。青木さんもここへ来るまで1年間もう汗を流して頑張っていただきました。本当にありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。一宮町からお酒もです。これでやっと今日から酒飲めるんでお願いします。飲んでください。それとですね、昨年のこの大会から始めたんですけれども、この日本に初めて IPS インターナショナルプロサーフィングアソシエーションと、それから ASP、そして今日の WSL が、上陸した時の、日本で初めてこの国際大会を創立していただいたメンバーの皆様に毎年表彰しております。昨年は水垣いとこさんという方を表彰したんですけど、今年は、ジャッジを務めていた宇佐美淳さんを表彰したいと思います。宇佐美さんちょっとお忙しいので今日来られないんですけど、皆さんにこれちょっと見ていただいて、宇佐美淳さんに今年は WSL から感謝の気持ちです。創立者にのプレゼントです。皆さんよろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。以上かな。はい、はい、ありがとうございました。引き続きよろしくお願いします。
ワールドサーフリーグジャパン代表大見様、ありがとうございました。さあ続きまして Women's QS3000 ガッチャ一宮千葉オープンパワーバイ GoPro の表彰に移りたいと思います。 QS3000 プレゼンターは先ほども熱いメッセージを届けてくださいました一宮町長の馬淵様、もう一度よろしくお願いいたします。はい、かしこまりました。かしこまりました。ここで待っててください。はい。Now we're going to hold the award ceremony for Women's QS3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open Powered by GoPro。 さあ皆様大きな拍手でお迎えください。まず第3位です。 Third place Dimitri Stoyle。
Congratulations。 どうもおめでとうございます。
In the same third place Philippa Anderson。
はい。
2人とも長い手足を使って大きなパワフルなライディングを見せてくれました。それでは2位の発表となりますが、2位と1位は副賞として一宮町より選手上総の国一宮をお送りしたいと思います。それでは Women's QS3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open Powered by GoPro。 The second place goes to Hinako Kurokawa。 黒川ひな子選手、おめでとうございます。
これが
副賞の選手上総の国一宮をお送りしたいと思います。ぜひともご両親に渡していただきたいですね。さあお待たせいたしました。Women's QS3000 Gacha Ichinomiya Chiba Open Powered by GoPro。 The winner is Minori Kawai。
お
河合みのり選手おめでとうございます。いいですね。この後に写真撮影もありますよ。そして続いてちょ縦の方もお願いいたします。まだありますよ、仕事。おめでとうございます。そしてお酒ですね。はい、ご両親にぜひ Enjoy with your family でございます。それではここで、写真撮影の方 We're going to have a photo session, so just smile and give out a big smile to all the world. それではぜひインタビューをさせてください。みのりさん、もう勝ってインタビューピットに帰ってきた時はもう涙で笑顔、いつものこの可愛い笑顔が見れることがなかったんですが、世界中に可愛い笑顔を見せる時が来たよというふうにね言って笑ってくれました。さあちょっと時間が経って落ち着いた時だと思いますが、今の心境を教えてください。
はい、もう本当にすごく嬉しいです。そうですね、もう本当に私今回の試合、こんな大きなグレードの試合でもうまさかこんな舞台で優勝できると思ってなかったので本当に最高です。
では今年はまだあと6ヶ月ほどありますが、これからの活躍を期待しています。そして選手の皆さん and all the competitors, big respect to you.
And thank you, Japan is lovely. Arigato. Japan. Can you say that? It's beautiful.
日本大好き、本当ありがとうって言ってっていうふうに言ってるんですが、3位にディミティ・ストイル選手、そしてフィリップ・アンダーソン選手、2位は黒川日奈子選手、1位は河合みのり選手でした。それではカメラマンの皆様、どうぞ4名の写真をお撮りください。ぜひ目線の欲しい方は手を挙げてくださいね。All right. One of you come over here. Yes. Very good. Looking nice. 一人だけ。ウィナーは
今度お一人だけ。
お一人いいのかな？もうカメラマンに任せちゃっていいですか？はい。シャンパンはノンアルですって言ったっけ？やってない。分かった。アルコール。ご両親とご両親に大丈夫。それに言っといた方が。これ終わったら言っとく。どうですか？いかがですか？カメラマンの皆さん。それでは最後のワンショットで終了としたいと思います。はい。それでは皆様大きな拍手でお送りください。Women's QS3000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro 2位の黒川日奈子選手、そして1位の河合みのり選手でした。ちなみに今シャンパンファイトがあったんですけれども、ノンアルコールです。大丈夫です。はい。まだティーネイジャーですからね。さあ。それではここでメンズ QS6000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro の表彰式に移りたいと思います。Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting. Now it's time for the award ceremony for men's QS3000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro。さあ、それでは QS6000 3位のプレゼンターを、ご案内したいと思います。株式会社ピート営業本部長亀山直人様より盾が贈られます。亀山様、どうぞステージにお上がりください。そして続きまして2位と1位は株式会社ピート会長の赤池様より盾と副賞をお渡ししていただきます。赤池会長、どうぞお上がりください。 それでは発表いたしましょう。メンズ QS6000 ガチャ一宮千葉オープン Powered by GoPro. The third place goes to Oni Anwar. インドネシアの選手です。本当に足腰が強くてすごいターンとエアを見せてくれました。そして同じ3位の発表です。And the same third goes to Flavio Nakajima. 日本人の血が流れているブラジルの選手です。最後の最後まで忍耐強い、本当に精神力の戦いを見せてくれましたフラピオ選手。それでは2位の発表をしたいと思います。Men's QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. The second place goes to Cooper Chapman. クーパー・チャップマン選手には盾と副賞が贈られます。副賞として清酒稲花が贈られます。それでは第1位優勝者の発表をしたいと思います。And the winner of Men's QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro goes to Jesse Mendez. さあ、赤池会長からこちらの賞金と盾、そして副賞が贈られます。1位の副賞は清酒稲花、いすみさんコシヒカリいすみっこが贈られます。いやもうインタビューをしていると選手たちはみんな本当にずっと緊張感が取れなかったのですが、このジェシー・メンデス選手にしては最後の最後で大きなビッグスマイルを見せてくれています。大きな拍手をお送りください。And Jesse, here is a Japanese rice grown up in this town. There's so many things to bring back home. さあ、この戦いを頑張って勝ち抜いてきた4名の選手に大きな拍手をお願いします。そして惜しくもこのね、表彰台に立てなかった選手の皆様にもビッグリスペクトをお送りしたいと思います。それでは写真撮影の方に行きましょう。Let's move on to the photo session. Jesse, that torii is handmade. Jesse, that's handmade. Hand-shaped like a surfboard. Yes, it's a gate that when the God goes through, pass through his own house, so it divides our human world and God's world. So if you want, you have to go pass through that gate and go to the God world. We call it torii. Sa, いかがでしょうか。皆様大きな拍手でお送りください。Oni Anwar、フラビオ中島3位、そして2位はクーパー・チャッマン1位、優勝はジェシー・メンデスでした。Jesse, can I have some few words from you? So how you feel? How are you feeling right now? Good to see all Brazilians up and right. So how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling, so happy. You know, it's been a long week and it's always good to take the win. It's been very blessed few like weeks for me, few months actually, because it's the third event of the year as the 6,000, and I made the 3 finals and took 2 out of them. And thank God for having this opportunity to be here and feel very stoked and blessed. And yeah, thanks everyone for coming. Arigatou gozaimasu. Yee!
まずは長いコンテストだったのでね、自分自身少し、緊張していた時も多かったんだけれども、2017年は3回ともファイナルに行き、一度オーストラリアの大会を勝ち、そして今回勝ち取ったことが本当に嬉しいと、いつも勝ってこういうね、いいものを持って帰れるっていうのは気持ちがいいので、みんなに大きな感謝を伝えたいと思うと言っていました。Alright. Big respect to all the competitors competed with you. So you're gonna go back home and rest a while, and you're gonna go for another contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of points too. So my focus is to qualify in the end of the year, and I came short a few times, and I'm gonna still work hard because it's not easy. You know, every heat. I was just talking to Cooper like behind right there, and every almost you're so close, but it's so hard to make any heats that it's any heat's a final in a QS, and yeah, I'm gonna keep pushing hard and try my best, and yeah, hopefully it works out. And congrats to all the surfers. It was an amazing day of surfing, even with the very small conditions, and congrats everyone.
まずは自分の持っているポイントをきちんと計算してこれからの試合に臨むこと、なんといっても自分が今カレント1位なので、その1位をキープして次のステップに進むことを目標としています。そして今大会で共に戦ってきた仲間、小さい波だったけど熱い戦いを見せてくれたすべての競技者の皆様に感謝の気持ちを伝えたいと思いますというふうに言っていました。Alright, Jesse, congratulations and good luck for your next contest.
Thank you, arigato.
QS 6000 Gacha ICHINOMIYA CHIBA Open powered by GoPro. The winner was Jesse Mendez. さあ、ボードを持っての再びの登場となります。視聴者の皆さんもね、ボードのスペックなどをかなり気にしていましたので、きっちりとどのようなボードを乗っているか、カメラマンの皆さん、映していただきたいと思います。Hey, you want to give out a message in your Portuguese?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Valeu, galera toda que tava aí, todos os brasileiros aqui no Japão. A galera veio aí prestigiar e torcer, prestar a bandeira, tudo. Sempre você acha um brasileiro em qualquer lugar do mundo que você vai, a galera sempre dá um suporte irado. Obrigado a todo mundo aí, valeu. Yee!
Obrigado. Thank you. さあ、以上をもちまして表彰式の方を終了とさせていただきます。Well, to all the viewers watching World Surf League, it was a wonderful contest. We had a hard time with very poor wave condition, but I think all the competitors were doing so good, and they all gave us loves and encourages. And well, come down to Chiba. It's a good place. You know, we got so many vegetables, fish, and natures, and waves, and people are so nice, and we'll be waiting for you again. But for the next time, we'll be back again next year, so please check us out. Thank you so much for Thank you so much for watching. This is your host Naoko signing off. I'll see you next year. Bye. I'm gonna look for next.